Mother, did you finish cleaning? I made sure there were no more chocolate streaks on the couch.
Hello, yes, I did get done cleaning. I was trying to close like an instance of OBS that's like refusing to close. It just like is refusing to close. I don't know why, because my OBS has been weird all day long. I just want to close this one, but I'm scared I'm gonna close the wrong one. Okay, obviously the one using less resources is the one that's not streaming, right? Yeah, it actually says it. Okay. Cool. Time to uninstall and reinstall OBS. No, I just did that a few months ago. I think I was just trying to do too much with it at once, and it was like, ugh. I was like, I'm dying. You can't be doing all this shit to me. And I'm like, well, if you didn't fuck up this morning and had me re-record all of my voiceovers, maybe we would be okay. Because one of my settings got changed, and it makes me upsetty. Oh my goodness. I hope everybody's having a great Tuesday. Hope you're having a great Tuesday. I know I'm a little late. That's because I had to take someone out to his breakfast, lunch, and getting high on a Friday is a terrible idea. Friday, Monday. Don't get high on Mondays. It's a new rule here in the Milk Club. No getting high on Mondays. Because I forget all the work that I have to do that evening, and then I die. I die. Hi, everybody. Hello. Hello. BLT, get up here. It's time for school. It's time for school. But yeah, I literally just got done recording VO for things. So let me just make sure the last two came out okay, because I didn't have time to check them. This guy. We had our weekly work meeting today, and all of us had to write down instructions on how to draw a square for our manager to follow. Why? How does your manager not know how to draw a square? If they can't draw a square and that's a requirement of the job, you can make me your manager. So I'd be a pretty damn good manager, you know? Okay, this one. And probably this section. Which I can just clip like that. Boop. Boop. Today, I'm like so like delayed. I think I did. That's a fucked up line. Boop. Boop. Today we went to this place called the Meeting Place. Very very delicious. But I am so full of savory meats. I'm very sleepy. Stick. I don't know how I feel about that sentence. Oh, that's not so bad. to me. Stick to me like a remote. See. Zoom position. Apply. Wait, what the fuck? What the heck? What do you mean? The fuck? Fuck. Okay, we have to re-record something. Or BLT disappeared. I have to relaunch OBS again. Launch anyway. It was communication extra because he took all the steps literally and didn't infer things like taking off the cap of the marker. That's crazy. That's crazy. I roll. Wait, do I have glasses in this? Gamble. Okay. No, I should do the whole thing. I roll to gamble. That's better. That's way better. Slash one. Not the last one. Boop, boop, boop. A little bit of quiet though.
Mother, I'd like to gamble. I bet my favorite boba that you forgot to do one of your chores.
Okay, hold on, let me think. I mean, yeah, I didn't put some of the dishes away. But also, mom's poor. I can't get you boba, I'm poor. All the money from the subathon is going to rent, remember? But I will go put these plates away because you reminded me. So I'll be right back now that you reminded me. 2 seconds, chat. Don't worry. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. I'm back. I did it. Alright. Alright, you come back. I'll get you some boba. It's gonna be fake boba though. And you're just gonna have to settle. Alright, who's streaming? Who is streaming today? Ooh, Spree. Oh my god. Nom, nom, nom. Hi, Andrea. I fixed the thing, thank God. I was speed running, but we got there. Hi, Rainer. Bit of boop. Oh my God, there's so many people streaming today. Oh my God. Okay, I think I got like 4 people. There you go. The usual, the Gordy. We already have. I'll grab Jules. Kazia. And then Noble. Oh. Alright, we're slowly getting there. Yesterday we worked too hard, and now today I'm set back. Boop. Boop. Okay. Beep boop, 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 beep boop. There you go. Today's Tuesday. Start watching. Okay. Dude, I saw someone cook steak on my FYP, and oh my God, I want one. If I wasn't full right now, I would totally be down for a steak. Be hitting 100 stars. Yippee! I'm excited. Kiwi. That'll be epic. I had to post things because I'm delayed. Video editing. Party Demoness comes out today, I believe. Yeah, they do. VTuber. Oh my God, this one's so anal. I like the YouTube ones better because you can just click on the word and it takes the whole word. No friends. Lurk, probably should try to get some more sleep. Of course. No problem at all. Have good eat, bestie. She was like literally right there. It's probably because I followed her recently. I lie. We love you. Have good eat. Nowhere to go, so I lay here instead. My symptoms of sorrow, and it said it before it again and again. I love her. I'm too busy. Oop, wrong button. Wow. I didn't even make a go live post yet. Uploading the video. Post. Done. These are all boofed. The only one that's not boofed is the Friday video. My chest is hurting. My feet don't fall. Don't know where to go, so I lay here instead with my symptoms of sorrow, and then said it before it again and again. I love we should be good now. This one should be good, and then we do vibe and shine. File, save project as. What number is this? 17. Oh, my neck. Alrighty. Video producer. Okay. But don't know where to go, so I lay here instead. My symptoms of sorrow, and then let it away, but again and again. I love. Let's move these down. Move this one. I love. Let's do tags. See, sometimes these ones also work, but sometimes they don't, which is weird too. This one is episode 19. 19. Nope. And then this guy. Oops. It's fighting. English. Next. Public. Next. So much. I think these are good. I have to check the last one. Video editing. My dreaming. That's my goals. That's not correct. This one? It's okay. Okay. Oh my goodness, hold on. My cat is so upset. Moira! Where's the matter? Where's the matter? I have kitty. I have kitty baby. Okay. Yeah, we can edit like this. Cool. What's happening? You want attention, Moira Bug? Those are strawberries. Right here, and then this, and then. Okay, I think. Hello, Soviecto. How are you doing? How you doing? You have a good day? How you doing? I liked all the posts you made in the Discord. Very good posts, especially the bunny girl one. I approve. Okay, cool. And then this one. Wait, what? I missed a part? I missed a part? Did I miss a part? Oh shit, hold on. I love finding good art. Yeah, me too, buddy. Me too. Okay. I think I might have fucked this one up, but we'll see. Okay. So this part's good. Any luck with the goblin girlfriend? That's a good question. And did you find anyone by chance? I think we go over here. This will go here, but I need to know if I need to cut out this quiet spot. There we go. And then I think it's the variant. I think it's this part. Not yet. The search goes on. How unfortunate. How unfortunate. Yoga. I love when your TikToks come up on my feed organic. It's a nice break from the usual brain rot. Hell yeah, I'm glad. That's nice. That actually makes me really happy. That, you know, the algorithm hasn't completely abandoned me in my ways, you know? Alright, cool. I think I might do Vibe and Shine first today. Just because I can. I usually do 3 on days like today, so we'll see. Oh, my face! Oh. I mean, I followed you because of your TikToks. Both of you did, which I'm, you know, I'm honored. I'm honored that my videos speak to you. this guy. And this guy goes to the end. Oh, I didn't need to do that for this one. Let me say my name. Then nope. Boop. Clips. Okay, cool. Let's grab this. The credits. Become invisible. Let's replace Vibe and Shine 17. This one. This one. 0. And then replace this one with this one. I might change which one this one is. This cat one. My name. See what do we got in this folder? Pics of animals. This will work. This one. And we can take this guy. The left. Don't crop the top. Add a little bit. Me down. And then replace this one. The one Vibe and Shine. Your heart. What's this one? Alrighty, cool. And now we bring in the footage, which would be starting with this one. Crop top 78, bottom 131. And then just a girl with the cat. Let me remove this part. Oops. Oops. Oh no. Uh-oh. There's not enough footage for this line. Have you seen any of the comparison between the OG Oblivion and remastered? I have not. Is it good? Is it a good remastering? Or is it like a... They tried. I haven't seen much about it. Tell me. Tell me. If you have things to tell me. They did the remaster in Unreal Engine. Oh, so it might look nice. Hold on, let me look it up. Oblivion remastered comparison. There's a lot of brown. What does that mean? That doesn't look bad. That's pretty good. Oh, this does look nice. This does look very nice. I hope people like it. I hope like it. What's up? Yeah, what's up? Bag. Oh, okay. I like it. Yeah. You gotta make the neck bigger though for your hand. Oh, okay. Okay. But yeah, it looks good. Yeah, like you should, because then can hold more in body, but then have more neck room for like lace and stuff. Understandable. I might get it just because I'm a Skyrim slut. That's understandable, honestly. Isn't it like Oblivion like everybody's like favorite one though, next to next to the other ones. I don't know much about it, but I mean it looks really nice. Sorry, I like sneezed and now my nose is dead. Oh my god, I talk too much. Oh my god. Oh, I could download another video. My nose. My nose. This person. This one. Download TikTok. Oh my god, my nose. My nose! It's all stuffy now. I'm dying. That's it for me, chat. But yeah, Kiwi, let me know what you think of the game, because, like, I like fantasy games. I just play Minecraft, though. Like, I wish I could get into things like that, because I like those kind of games. But my attention span is short. This one. Ooh, they do like a zoom out on it. What are we clapping for? What are we clapping for? What is happening? Why are we clapping? Why are we clapping? Why didn't it toggle it off? What? What? No. Is that a fart? What? I don't think so. Did I fart? What's happening? Oh, that was me blowing my nose. That was me blowing my nose. Did I not mute my mic for blowing my nose? My bad. Save. Okay. I need an easy win. So we are gonna finish this video since we're already here. Timeline, create subtitle from audio, create. Okay, don't mind that. Don't mind that. Don't mind me breaking my computer. Don't mind that. That didn't happen. It's fine. I can take a second to upload stuff on my other account. Boop, boop, boop. This one. This one has like so many that it's. Continue save. Hi, Balfie. How are you? So I just did this one. I think there's one. There's two more in this video. Monday uploaded. VODs. Tuesday. We need Tuesday. Good. Been watching anime. Ah, Yoguno anime. Yoguno anime. God told me you guys were watching Yoguno anime. Alright, go back to. It's called 100 Girlfriends. Yeah, I heard. Do you like it? Is it nice? Are the girls nice? 14, 15. Come on. It's actually a really good comedy. So yes. Hey, I'm glad you like it. What's the premise? What's it about? My favorite animes in my recent memories. Oh, that's nice. That sounds nice. It's time to. Guy actually gets 100 soulmates. Lots of love to give around, you know. Videoediting, coworking, cat. Minecraft. Maincoow. Creative. Obis. I have to fix that. I haven't yet. Gaming. Movie, the one. Save your mind. Boop. 15th. Which VODs? And if a soulmate doesn't get love, their life basically falls apart. It's kind of like a blessing of, like the blessing of getting a soulmate is such a blessing that karmically you're fucked. Interesting. Yeah, that would spread yourself thin if you had 100. Hell yeah! Don's so good. Who's your wife's favorite character? Mine is Momo Ayase. I wish I could be Momo Ayase. A dumbass, but kind of a cutie pie. I want to give Momo Ayase vibes. I didn't fix the title. So he devotes himself to make them all feel loved, and it's really sweet. That does sound very sweet. That does sound very sweet. Save. My fave isn't in the anime yet. Damn! I think it might be Turbo Granny, but I'll have to check when I get home. Yeah. I want to know. I mean, to be fair, Turbo Granny is pretty cute. Okay, the VODs are done, the YouTube short and the done, is TikTok done. Oh, my neck dies. Okay. That's good. I need to highlight this. Out of body. Upload. Let's do it this way. It's the wrong one. I think doing it this way is easier. Boop. Boop. Save changes. Not gonna lie, 100 Girlfriends is unironically so funny. I wholeheartedly recommend it. It's just for jokes and the main anime references. Yeah, I mean, it sounds pretty fun. I like the sounds of it. Okay. I believe. Hold on. I think that might help. It do get freaky sometimes, though. Damn. What do you mean it get freaky sometimes, though? Tell me I'm gonna jork my penis to that anime? Some of the TikToks have me tempted to watch it. I love that VA. What? Um, and there's a Granny character that is basically Turbo Granny reference. That's amazing. What the fuck? I might have to check it out. I like shows that reference other shows. Instead. Begging. Boop. Boop. Shifting gears. So I can't speak. Also one of the most awesome favorites for the Pope is name. What do you mean his name is Pizza Dance? What do you mean his name is Pizza Dance? Is it like Latin? Is it like a Latin name, but in English it says Pizza Dance? What do you mean? Can't steal their ceiling. Good afternoon. Hello, devouring. It's Pizza Balla, which means Pizza Dance. I want an animal as a Pope. I want a dog. Can we make a dog a Pope? Is there a dog Pope? I'm sure there has to be dog Pope, right? I have Patron Saint in my thing because I love our Patron Saint of Gamer. Saint Patron Carlo. You know, the OG. Okie dokie. Save. This part's not gonna matter. This part can go. This part can go up. Script, comp, snap captions. You need text color generate. It labels this one, subtitles we're doing now. This is recorded. But you gotta do all of them. For around. Edit labels, save. Don't mean nothing. It's the way it sounds. But this one has whip editing. And so does art tips. Let's save. Base generate. And did for fool. Alrighty. Summertime and a variety of sweet treats comes to play. So does the ever eventful pain. Pain of IBS. Luckily for you, we have Smosh. Manifest. Moving the pain. Send it over to Trevor instead. Speaking of sweet treats, little baby is begging. Baby cat. Guys, I don't want to be the tease, but me and Elaine are cooking. Are we talking about the deluxe? I'm calling it the deluxe from now on. Oh yeah, we're cooking. Like, how can it be? Just give them a little nibble. Shifting gears. This masterpiece of a ceiling project created by Brule Decker had me gasping. Over the beauty of Merle to Lord of the Rings. Does it look okay? Oh, you can't steal their ceiling. I'm sure they're using it. You can grab a print of their beautiful artwork over on their profile. God, the art style is so good. I can't wait. Yeah, I love the face. I really like the face, personally. Vast it hurts. Vibe and Shine. Snapcash is negative 104. Yeah, 104. Simple-minded. Oh. Why be silly? Apply. Are these all negative 104 now? Oh yeah, it is. Okay. Cool. Madonna, creepy crawler. Limitize ya. Laying you dry. Try for delight. The highlights next. Worry nothing but your perfume. Hell of a view. I have so many things here. I'm moving stuff. There. I went over and ruined my life. At least that's a good reason for you to really get into your rigging. Yeah, no, yeah, that's valid. Maybe you could fancy streamer either. I would probably do it in sections, yeah. Or I could just hide the body. I wouldn't mind rigging it on stream here. I would just need to you know, like hide the not safe for work parts. And then like the other parts I could just edit offline. Daddy, please come on over and ruin my life. Here's only dance on the edge of a knife. La da 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 la da 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 da. La da 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 da. Disable the nip nops, yeah. I can also just turn off, like, when doing the head, I can just focus on the head. I can turn off the abdomen when I'm working. So it's like flat chested and then work on the nip nops and whatnot. The booba off stream. Come on over and ruin my life. My blanket's all fucked up. Just want a blanket on my lap and it's getting all twisted. I have strawberry milk. We went to the meeting place and they had milk. They had local strawberry milk from strawberry milk cows. And I bought some and I haven't had any yet. But I should finish my Sprite first. Because I got Sprite with lunch. I think my meds yet. Oh, don't worry, Mama. Mama's okay. Mama just needs to remember to take her meds. Today is Tuesday. It's Tuesday, isn't it? You do? Are you gonna do it with that one character you have? The Rose one? I was gonna say the name, but I forgotten the full name. My hair is all over the place today. Nose. My nose, my nose, my nose, my nose. And then my little chopped up bangs. Me, a name I call myself. Far, far, far way to run. Alright, cool. Also, I noticed that Noble's offline. I'm lazy, so I'm just gonna put spray in here. Let's see, I have to invite Noble to this. Don't I forget for the 1,000th time. Video. No, stream. I still forgot to do a go live post. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Let me do that really quick. Extra title, icons. Probably play with Jake the dog today. I'm thinking, so we'll do live 2D cubism. And then maybe some Minecraft. So I'm itching to play more Minecraft. Export. Tuesday, save. And then X title, this is the 22nd. JPEG, export. And 22nd. Save, close. I gotta fix this. Because we changed bodies to have a little repo guy. Which I saved, but I put them in this folder. Oh, I fucked it up though. So I forgot to move his little blunt. Forgot. Oh. Inside the mountain. This one, yep. Save, close. And now we can move them. Oop. Let me take this guy. And then scoop. Inside the mountain. Export. Yeah, this one. I gotta save it because I don't know what the thing will be. This, and then this one. Select game. Select profile. Jimalgo. It's giga time. Also, there is no circulation of air in my office. Sag. I need to fix that. We need to fix that chat. There's no air. Without air, I can't breathe. I had the little remote for my fan here, like, the other day. Where the fuck did it go? This is what I get for having a messy desk. Cries. Oh well, it's okay. Yeah, I just was looking for the remote for the fan. Did you put it back in there? Maybe. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Is that what you're doing today on your birth? Maybe. Upon your birth, you are birthing a sack. Have fun birthing sack. Install. Not answer. You came from. I think we have everything. What's in this? It's not open over there. Let's open over here. Okay. Yeah, this one's got a lot. That's my little cow. Fuck yeah. See, I think that's everything. Yeah. Wesley's values? What's this one? Change line. Okay. And then how do I share it? Oh, fuck. How do I share it? Profile. How do I share this? Clean the share. Oh, it's okay. Updating. Nope. On your way. How to mod man. How to share mod pack. Hi Pixels! Happy birthday, Pixels! Happy birthday! Oh, coffee, VOD. Code. Alright, Pixels, BLT made sure Elaine finished her chores. Yup. Yep. Let's have to do this. Alright. Move this bowl out of the way. Also, happy spawn point. Hell yeah. I like it. Okay. Save. Only change for me. Okay, and then for this, we hide this lovely lady, and then we're gonna grab Cherry's username. Okay, and then we're gonna grab the clips. And then this is going to be 98, 90, 78, 924. Boop. And I think these all go bottom center. So that would be bottom center is 0.73. Position -496. -496. There you go. I'm gonna restart DaVinci just in case. Just in case. Alright. Timeline. Create subtitles from audio. Singular. You go. Alright. I thought it was Wednesday for a second. I was wondering when Bobby would join. That's valid. No. It does feel like a lazy day, does. It does kind of feel like if one of those days, though, I'll be honest. This one. Eclipse. Seen you before. Save. Save. Okay. I'm testing something. Something in your eyes reminded me of somebody I used to know. You touch my back, I touch your hand. Something of your touch felt shockingly familiar. Let's see, where's my repo babies? Oh, I swore I'd seen you. Okay, I need the head. And then take some copy. Take this guy and subtract. And then we flip it. Oh, we flip it. Except you go down here again. See if I can fit this over Bobby's head. I take the body. Walk away. Yeah. No, yeah, I was correct. Take one of these and put this down here along with this. These guys, and they subtract. Delete nodes. Delete nodes? Yeah. Let's see, this line's up here. You might want to flip it. Yeah, I can flip it. I got it. Wait, hold on. Wait. There you go. I don't want the head to... Hold on. This is... I did this to bodies yesterday, and it was really cute. Repo. O PNG, and then I think I broke it. Oops. Oh yeah. I don't know. Now Buffy has that too. I'll make one for myself later. So I think I started. Yeah, I made this one, but I would probably do it again because now I have different hair colors and stuff. I think it would be folks. Write that down, write that down! Idea, what's up? What's up, Pixinator? What's your idea? Oh boy, yeah, what about it? Playback proximity. Okay. It's Mother's Day next month. Oh, should I make him a Mother's Day card with that? I could. I could. Make him a nice little Mother's Day card saying, "Hey, go, happy Mother's Day." What side? This one. I would make an exclamation point. New common giveaway. Oh my god. I could. I don't super want to do a Prager's. I guess I could. It's not a terrible idea. XD. You make memes and mascots, it's the perfect combo. That's valid. That's valid. I'll write that down. Hi Shadow. Mother's Day. Craggers. YCH. It's a good time for it too, considering we have time. A month out. Yeah. How are you? I'm good. How are you? Oh, it got quiet. Fuck. Hey yo, hi Risen. How are you? could cut it off at Blue Sky. Okay. I have to re-record that part. Okay, hold on. Are glasses? No glasses. Okay. No problem. Launch anyway. In your hands is nothing more than his wife. Okay. I forgot the script. Doing pretty good. How are you? I'm good. I'm just having to re-record some things because my OBS decided to fuck up earlier. Okay, it's not that one. It's this one. Let's continue to give lots of love to our wonderful human artists and follow Cherry over on Blue Sky and Twitch. Cool. BLT can come back. I can close this guy. This guy. Video editing, this one. Video segments. This one, this one, this one, this one. To give. Alright. And then boop. Cherry. Did I say cherry at any other point? I do. So it starts bouncing. Save. See, let's scroll out. Make this guy tiny. Boop. Mix together. I do. And then let's do this one. See, zoom, crop, position, apply cropping, retain. Hell has a clause. Hell in the clause. Here comes a clause. Boop. I retain. Here for the wellness check. I will use that in a second. Change speed 110. Do like this clip. And then this one. Retained. I'll cut it off here. So we can keep it going. And then add a track to add in some of their art. A track to add in another piece of their art. Let's crop it here, but do like one more image. Let's do this one. I don't know what we're listening to. Ugh. And this one. And this one. Is that correct? 462? V highlight 924. What? What? V highlight 78924? I am confusion. It says 78924. The 924 only leaves it as a sliver. Huh? This one. There's a cropping on this. It's 924. What? So how can you tell me that it works for one project and not the other project? Yeah, it's 924. Okay, well that's what we use this guy for then. Just gotta replace this one. This actually doesn't help. Where is it in the other ones? Video editing, Hall of VFame. No, I'm silly. It's the highlight. It's at like the tip of my ears. What's this one? So it should be like 426 then, no? Okay. This one I have to scoot. Too good for me, my dear. Okay, so the new cropping, but I don't know why it's changed. This one's top 78, to be honest. It is 78 and then 455. I know time like a bad habit. If I might make a pass at it. Good for me, my dear. My dear. I'm not yet. I wish I knew you. Move track up. Alright, since I okay, and then it's business, it's crazy, babe. Boop. Click, boop. Position, zoom, apply, retain. Playing variety crazy games. This one. Clips. Fly. Boop. I originated Elaine getting into Danny Moto. Danny, what's Danny Moto? And then I want to use this art. Same. Retain. This is such cute art. Okay, and then start with this part. And then this part. Oh. And then I'll put this one here. Ooh. Ooh. Apply. my gosh. Well, let's check. Anyways, uppies? What?
No, he's sleeping.
I've been joining his recent Gravity Falls. Typo is Danny's Moda. Yes, he's supposed to do Amphibia next. Ooh, anyway, uppies. Yeah, we can do uppies. Does BLT want uppies? Is that what we're saying? There you go. You're on my head. What did you do, BLT? Squisho mode? Okay, hold on, wait. Just put him back. Go. Hey guys. It's not. I have a hat. A hat. Cacio PP. Cacio PP. There you go. I need another cherry clip. Yeah, no, cherry clip. Nobody wants you like I do. You're so cute, I think I will be doing my pocket like I can shoot. In church beside the altar, gonna rip off your shirt and bite your shoulder. And God and the country. Not this one. Okay. And then just put that in there. Yeah. Maybe at the pig, so I let you in, not to be a gentleman. Okay. I got at the country. Make these tiny. And I have to take this guy. And scoot it down. Ah! What was that? Oh, I never split the text. Oh boy. You. Maybe I'll keep it. Okay. Okay, we're good. Bye socials. Blue sky. Blue sky and Twitch. Copy. Apply. Yeah, like it really, really good. I think this should be smaller. Let's do camera shake. Is this the wrong one? Boop. Boop, boop. Oh, plugins. And then we're just going to scoot the blue sky over a little bit. Alright, save. And then let's go get a song. All this reopens. Blah, 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 blah. Taking care of the music now. Latest. What's this one? What's beep news? I like this one. That was pretty sweet. Remember me. I want to go to art projects really quick because I want to open the popping cat. Ding. Did I post that I was going live or did I forget about doing that? I think I just forgot about doing that. Okay, I guess we're just not going to do that. I'm so happy you enjoy it. I didn't know how to spell for a second. Genuine. And then... Boop. I don't know what to type. My brain dies in social interactions. Alright, there we go. Brain completed. Oh shit. Found you? What does found me mean? Alright, words are kind. Yippee! So even if, it's not if even, so even if one more person Mm. Post. I'm glad they liked it though. That makes me happy. That makes me very happy. You go back to a worker on the other one for the next VTuber. Because I love VTubers. Oh yeah, I added music. Arcade Heartbeat was a really good one that we found. To be honest, I really like the beat of this one. I wonder if we have any sound effects that could go well with this. I think we need like a page flip. Page flip. Oh, I see. There you go. Let me turn this down a bit. I have like a softer one. Let's do a camera. I like that camera idea better. Sweet. Okay, the audio don't matter. Subtitles should be good now. And now we create. Oh, BLT looks so small because I resized him. Oh shit, wait. The manually resize him again. There you go. There you go, buddy. Alright. Workspace, scripts, comps, and captions. Space, generate. We just look away. We look away, chat, because looking away is best. Because then it just kind of works in the background. So while it does that, I'm going to be doing some of this. Work like a... I don't know. Voice type that falls between soprano and alto informally. I don't remember. Oreos. Move one head nod. Totally out of it. Zoned out? Rice-shaped pasta? Pixels, what's a rice-shaped pasta? Your crops for short? GMOs. Can't be serious. I don't know that one. Hero. Work like a dog. Work like a... I don't know. Oh my god, I love the song. It's a great song, ain't it? Dazed. I've been such on a baby no money kick. I know, he's infesting. He's infesting our brains like a little worm. Hope you're doing well, by the way. I hope you're doing wonderfully as well. Hope you're having a great Tuesday. I don't know what this is. Work like a dog, like a... Oh. Dog. Come on, okay. Work like a charm and mezzo. Okay. We got it. We got it today, Jot. How you doing, Oceanic? I hope, oh, I gotta add you on Discord. I gotta do that. I gotta do that. Yep, look at me, do it again. Meter. Gucci, I finished work and no class tomorrow, so I can just sleep in. Yippee! I'm so glad. I hope classes are going well. I believe final seasons is coming up, if I'm correct. Little silly guy. Pink and cherries. Most talented. Talented is a positive word, so we make it green. Yeah, just one more chapter. I'm well prepped though. I believe in you. I believe in you. And then you celebrate. You party hard. You party for a little. You should party for a little while after you're done with school, cause that's when life begins. You know, out of college, life is a lot. Supposed to be bold. Bold and exciting English. No. You're right. Best vibes. Oh yeah, brother, you bet I'm partying. Yippee! Yippee! But also don't overdo it because then you could, you know, die young and we don't want that. Wonderful human artists. Cool. And then there's a she-wolf in the closet. Open up and send -19. Was that all of the frames? It was not. Position. Apply. There we go. That's all done now. Boop, boop, boop. Cross that off this last chat. Not doing bad. 2 hours in, 2 videos done, not bad. Our tips 29. There's a she-wolf. Oh, okay. been set as free. Ow. Make this shorter. Make that short. And the subtitles after. Let's get a song really quick. Coming out. Let's see. Next page. What do you mean rate limit exceeded? What does that mean? No music for me? No music for me, okay. Spell that real quick. My brain needs to wake up. Teen. Patent? Tent. Pent? Pentagon. CPAT? Oh, CPAT. Pant. Oh, you can almost do peanut. Gotta run an errand. Have fun running your errand. Scent. I don't know if this would work because that's like an abbreviation. Can't. Oh. I don't know what. Eaten? Oh, oops. I don't know. Other words. Other words are hard. Okay. So I want. Let's do it sooner. Faster. And then like zoom. More movement, better. Okay, save, and then add track, and then it'll be art tips. This one. And then add track, text, and then I make this say you. And then we'll do Proxima Nova bold, we'll do shading, we'll do color, this one. Oops. And then we want camera shake. So that way it looks like he's a little scared guy. Tilt, I think. You won't, and then do like this one. Zoom, position, apply. And then this one. I want it to be more violent. I need to be more violent. Speed scale. Like, can we do like a few? Like a few. Oh, I gotta go back in here. And this one. Relax. I just want like relief. Oh, yay! Yippee! I do have one just for front page. Yippee! Yippee, chat. Yit fucking -y. When things work out, huh? When things work out. Alright, so this one, this one. Okay, and then do this, do this, do this. Go back up, go up. Okay, maybe like a little bit more stretched out though. So maybe like here and then here. We should do the nice media. Click noise. Download, save. Kidoki. Boop. Boop boop. Without you. And this one can get squished in. You could be my someone, you could be my sweet. Link clips. Venus, that's not really far. And then it goes. This needs to go up. And then what if it was like this and then like this? Actually I do need to make these because I'm getting confused on the timing. Poor little boy trying to get forward but he can't. Anti. Canteen. Tappa. Pat. Tenant. Oh my god. Taxon. Tax. I feel like there's one more, and I can do one more, you know? Let's. Did you do the Wordler yet? Not yet. Not yet. Did Misa do the Wordle yet? We did it together? Okay. Pennant. Peace. Oh, wait, meat? I don't have any more. That's it. That's all the words I have. Alright, let's go do the Wordle now. Audio. Okay. Astra. What the fuck? Okay. Meant. What the fuck? What the fuck? Straw. Oh. Astra isn't a word. What? We don't have any other vowels. I'm probably totally wrong. Astro. Okay, I'm confusion. Because it could be RT? A sort? Hi, V! I don't know what this word is. Ugh. What is this? What is this? The E, we don't have the E. Hi, I'm Garbo. Astra isn't a word on this. Ooh, looking nice. Is it time to puncture the holes? Oh. What's this? Is this alcohol? Is that no?
You won't even taste it. tastes like lime.
It tastes like bad.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. It's very sweet.
No.
It's blackberry, lime, and strawberry.
And the devil's juice. Devil's piss. You made me drink the devil's piss. Is it in Latin? Oh yeah, give me a hint. I don't know. I feel like, you know, the STRs. Lane be given Malort? No. No, Pixels he made an alcoholic drink and I haven't had an alcoholic drink in a long time, so I was like, gross. Ashtray? Word could be used to describe you? Oh boy. Oh boy. A star? No. Goobers. You, Elaine. Yeah, me. That's too many letters. We can't use that one. We don't have those letters. We don't have the I and the M. Special. It's the vodka. I didn't like the vodka. Even though if I had to drink, I would choose vodka because that get me fucked up faster. No. Trash? Maybe. We found more letters. Wait, ARTS. Artsy! Oh! That got us close to the answer, though. Yeah, we got it. We got there. We got there. Dollop. Thank you. That was a good hint. At least mine helped. It did. It did help. We got it in 4 today. How many did I do it? It's like 5. Yeah, I got it in 5. I usually get in 5. And I give her she's not trash and the battery wasn't being mean. Hell yeah. Or a palette knife. Ooh. Also, we got it after we got rear-ended in traffic, minor dent injuries. Oh my god, are you guys okay? See, this is why I can't live in Texas. It's all spooky. It's all spooky. Wait, I want to cut it off right before he says nice. Okay, gonna have fun, BB. Okay, have a good shower. Have a good shower. This one goes from here. Goes from. They say no injuries. Well, still, I haven't gotten in like a rear-ended thing in a long time, so it's just kind of spooky to hear about in general, you know? Loki was a little spooked. Oh. Yes, I'm faster. Well, I'm glad everybody's okay and nobody is hurt. I would cry if somebody got hurt. We didn't even change it. It was minor, even if it was jarring. That's valid. I don't know. I'd be pretty spooked, but like, I'm just very glad that everyone is okay. It's been a while since Elaine's been rear-ended, but it's Ryan's birthday, so excuse me! Excuse me! Excuse me! Oh my god, Buffy. Oh my lord. Buffy just out here trying to know. He just wants to know. Buffy wishes someone weird enemies jealous. I'm sure. I mean, we had this talk before, right? Where like, you know, he probably let it happen if that's what his girlfriend, you know, was willing to try, you know. Like, you know. This painting. Boop, boop. Okay, I gotta be able to see this. So let me just put it as main font. Dark, this. Bro, if my girlfriend wants to peg me, I'm right here, my guy. I do. She is aware. It's true. Getting, I guess, shipping, you know, your girlfriend and the strap-on might be a little expensive, so I get it. Are visible. Here. Dun, 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 no, 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 no. Which version is this? The anxiety version. Motivation issue, got it. Yeah, maybe they just, you know, haven't got around to it. Cloud fields. Okay, we're back. So annoying it does that. You forget, yeah, yup. You found who to take out to fix that? Comcast. I'd look at it right now, but I mean I could. Hold on. I gotta go on my other account. Comcast. I don't remember where to go actually. I forgot where to go. Well, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's valid. But, like, we need to watch what happens before. It just seems like nothing happens before. Like, I really think it's because, like, other people are, like, getting on the same, like, thing that we're on, you know? What does this do? Oh, what the fuck? I don't know what I've done. $69 degrees in my office, though. It's nice. Why'd it go up? Why are you going up? The fuck? Okay. I fixed it. Okay. So it's not just like high usage, gotta be something specific. We can look it up. OBS disconnecting same time every day while streaming. If OBS uses while streaming, it's likely network issues, possibly related to your ISP router or your streaming setup. Considering checking your network connection, fire, anti-wall, virus settings, and potential conflicts with other devices on your network. On the screen, God, what have you done? A pink pony girl. And you dance at the club, oh mama. I'm just having fun. Can we look at the logs? Settings. Down at the... Where do I can't see the logs? Log files. Show log files. What? 25.4.22? Yeah. So 11. It's like 2 something. This is the multiple instance of it. Leaving Tennessee, get a Monica. Bro, I don't know. I'm not the right person to look at logs. Oh girl, she's gonna scream, God, what have you done? And your pink pony girl, and you dance at the club, oh mama. And just having fun. Belong down at the... I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing. Oh my god. Okay, now I gotta move this word. It's likely esoteric thaumaturgical issue. Try sacrificing a three-eyed black goat. That sounds expensive. I don't got that kind of money. It's expensive. And then here. And then here. And then here. And then 0.73. -496. Whoop. It's cheap. It's cheaper than the 7-eyed goat. This is true. This is true. This is true, but I'm still poor. I'm still poor. I think this is what I wanted to use this for. This one. Just remember, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure when the flesh ripper comes to claim your pinky toe. What? 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 Oh, excuse me? Excuse me, sir? What was that? Okay, I feel like I should go look at those log files again. You know? Warning, OBS is already running. It happened at like what? Like 5:30? So it'd have to be 1500. I don't think this is gonna tell me jack shit, guys. Warning, OBS is already running. OBS is already running. OBS is already running. I think this is the current log, I think. Yeah, this was like right after it happened. It might be in this one. Oh yeah, 1527. Okay. Okay, well, I'll copy this log file or not that one. This one, because this, the OBS one is, OBS, yeah, it's 1725, so it's something. It's talking about tuna. 16 filled. RTMP send error? Face remote host closed connection. There for you. Okay, what does this mean? What does this mean? Go to the motherboard. Okay, let me DM my roommate. I need to borrow his big coder brain. At the same time. I will play strands to decompress. Counter offers? Like a trade? I don't need no women. Soap. Jesus. What? Hi? Oh, are these like coffee orders? Espresso. Yeah, juice. What? Soju. Espresso, mocha, cappuccino. Is there cappuccino? I don't know what else. I don't know what else. I can barely speak. But maybe I keep it. Yeah. Who's this guy? Who's that guy? This guy. I was gonna believe it. Much. Oh, we need Van Gogh. Boop. Boop. I'm gonna change the Y. The plowed fields. Boop, boop, boop. 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 Oh my gosh. Boop, boop, boop. Alright. Starry Night. Apply. I think this will be perfect. Okay, then we're gonna do crop being top of 78. 924. Nope. It was 455. No, it's not. 31. There you go. Boop. I'm just gonna scoot this up a bit. Save. Wave arm animation. Transparent. I'm gonna crash out. My laptop charger stopped working. No! Laptop charger shouldn't be too expensive though, yeah? What's this? Thank you. Wave hand. I was watching a video and it turned off. No! Now we can get a new one. Ow, my brain! No! Don't punish me, please! I would give you my laptop charger if I could. I will give you bye. Take it out and you understandable. Have a nice day. Enjoy the bonkinage. I understand. I'm a very squishy little guy, I get it. My brain. My brain. Nah. I believe. I understand. Bonk me a million times that you need to. I will forgive. I will forgive these transgressions. No more brain cells. You got it, Captain. My last brain cell is rolling out of my ear as we speak. Don't you worry. I'm eating a pretzel. A pretzel stick. Pretzel bread. Nom. I'll get something. Baby, I am free! Got my brother while he's sleeping because he just hit him. Jump him, jump him, jump him, jump him. What the fuck? What was it? Hand wave. He won't see me coming. He won't. Just be so fast. What the fuck? Like a yellow hand. Oh my god, what is it? My brain can't find it. Wave. Oh my god. What do you mean? Oh, there it is. I found it. Yes. Anyways, goodbye, my lovely streamer lane. Cow, maincoow, adorable, amazing, glamorous, sizzling pal. And look at these emotes. I love all those emotes. They're all brown men. I hope you enjoy your browns. And I hope you enjoy your rubbers. Excuse me. Your rubber. Sorry, your brothers. They're eggs? Are you sure? They're so brown. Why is he kissing? Why is he kissing? But I like him. I like the Among Us one. I should make an Among Us one. He's kissing this? Okay, valid. Valid. That one's so menacing. That one's scary. I don't like that one. I don't like that last one. That one's scary. No, I don't like it. Scare. I don't like. Why egg do that? Egg don't do that. Egg don't a whole gay. I should make the egggasm one on stream. Was he giggling his ass off as he drew it? If not, I'm disappointed, and he should have been giggling. Top 78. We can kill the neighbor's kids. Get out the space and watch. Boop. Boop. Oh, my bonk is my brain. Final bonk, evil bonk. Enjoy your evening. Goodbye. We love you. Boop, boop. Hey, my name, I got me one good kiss. I need one more. Nope, not that one. This one. Artist. Oh. Even back and forth. Boop. Art. Ist. Think about how you love Jesus. You God can save you. Select this one. That one. Maybe like a male artist. I want another artist. I want like a boy. There we go. Transparent. 2, 3, 4. Download. I love the way you say my name across your lips. Give me one good kiss. Top down. High as a kite. I don't know what these would be. I see the word menu. Sandwiches. Cafe menu. This is why we take breaks. I don't see the word orange. I see the word juice. I want juices. Oh. Hopes. Spopus? Pastries! Oh. Pastries. Soup! I've never gotten soup at a cafe. I don't know if anyone else has ever gotten soup at a cafe, but I've never gotten soup at a cafe. Is it good? I don't even know. Add track. Right as this happens is when they come on screen. Oh, Pancake! Hi! How are you? I hope you're having a great Tuesday. How you doing, girly pop? How you doing? Hope you and the baby are well. You and the little fluffy baby. I hope you both are doing well. Why did it do that? Why did it do it like that? Is it because I tried to pull multiple? It is. Yeah, hi. Boop, boop. Out. And these. Just turn these off. Tired, been a long day, medical stuff, but I'm okay. Oh my god, yeah, I hope you're okay. Medical stuff is Billy Bonky Willy Wonky, so if it's, I'm sorry if you're going through stuff, but know that I'm always here for you, always hoping you a good day. Always hoping you a good day. You don't need to put on that red light. I was silly. I have hyperthyroidism. How I'm chilling though. I'm glad that you are chilling and you are not in pain. I would be very sad if you were hurt. But I'm glad you're okay. You should take care of yourself. There's only one little pancake in the world. Some weird body part in my throat, overworking. Yeah, that's how they test it, yeah. I miss you though. Oh, I'll miss you too. For sure, yeah. I'm trying to set up, like, collabs every week. So, I'll definitely hit you up. Because I made a new collab server, so people could just, like, use that server if they would like to hang out for my collabs, or if other people have collabs. And, like, it's meant to be, like, a collab Discord. You know? Not there? Here, I got you, boo. Let me invite you. I just posted it, like, what you working on. I'm just working on, I'm working on, what the fuck? What the fuck? Why can't I invite you? Okay. This way. And then because you're open, I think I can invite you. It should be how that works. Yeah, invite. There you go. I'm working on a TikTok video. And don't worry, I only posted about this Discord like once. Because I was lazy. So I'm just working on some TikToks. And then I'm gonna probably work on a little bit of Jake the dog. Cody the dog. And we'll go from there.
Hello, Mario.
Hello, Mario. Good lord. Hello, Mario. Oh my god. That is not what I meant to do. Okay, this one I gotta do this first. And then it is... Who is who? TikTok. The fuck, one pound fish. Hi, Tiki! Hi, Tiki! Have a great day, Tiki! You're the best. Thank you for the lurk. Speaking of bunny girls, am I right, chat? Wink. Oh, wink. See if Tiki ever wants to collab sometime. We could like hang out. If you ever not be. Okay, this was why. Settings. Right there. Title. Proxima Nova. Bold. Yeah. Okay, guys, do you think I'm still rate limited? Do you think we can get music for this now? Hope I'm not rate limited. I'll give him a camera shake. Speed. How is this? Why is it weird? Don't be weird. What the fuck? Is it weird? That's not okay. Music. No more rate limiting me. Yippee! Latest? Ooh. I don't want words. No words. No words. It messes with my script. I want a meditation. Sure. Now wouldn't that be sweet? Oh, sweet, that's sweet. And a real bad girl. And I mean for you to get hurt. Let's bring it down here. Okay, and then let's do like a shivering sound effect. I can't wait to play connections. But we gotta finish the other stuff. shiver. Yes. Media pool. Where is he? This guy? Okay, I think I need to add this like below it so I can just cut it out. Yeah. And then I think I have the alert sound. Yeah. I'm like, phew. That's not how you spell phew. I just had a very cursed thought. There was one of the things I just listened to was Luigi going like sighing. People can make porn audios to that. I don't know if anybody realizes that. But they could. Okay. I think that's good. That's all good. So now we just gotta do subtitles! Subtitles, chat! Close, video editing. We dialed the music. I just need needing renders after this is done. And then I can next with my popping cat meme. My popping cat meme. And then we do other things. Oh, my neck. Okay. Oh shit, I forgot to post a comment on this. Oh my god. Hi, Jeff. Do you have any tuber artists you recommend? Oh, that came out right. It did. Okay, good. In the comments I should be worried about. I think it's this one. Okay, cool. Boop. Boop. Said boop. Boop. Okay, there we go. It didn't want to go up all the way. Text color generate. Oh, we look away and start playing connections. Ice, wheel, grease, lightning, fire, eel, axe, sun, clay, scrap, volcano, glaze, drop, banana peel, kiln, cut. Cut, axe, fire, cut? Okay, I thought there was like ways to kill people. My bad. What the fuck? The fuck? Maybe like the lightning, the sun, wheel, eel, clay, drop, fire, and ice. I feel like I see a lot of two pairs, but not like any major overarching themes, which is confusing. Okay. Sun. Because it was like sun scrap and banana peel could be like compost. But that doesn't exactly make sense either. Oh, wait, okay. Glaze and kiln, wheel and clay. These all have to do with pottery. Yes! Okay, got one. Let me go back here really quick. Save this. And then do the other one. Wait, I just gotta make sure. Wait. Text base. Okay, what about eel and banana peel? Like, eels can sometimes look like banana peels, which could also look like I don't know. I don't know. Volcano? Dun 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 dun. Okay, what about axe scrap? What about these? Cancel as a project. Oh, got it. Oh, so I was kind of right. Like, okay, kind of like fire, like getting rid of. Okay. And then we'll reward ourselves with the last two categories after we finish this. Won't need to cut off your ear to learn this artistic technique. You need is a healthy dollop of thick paint, a brush, or a palette knife. This painting technique is known as the impasto, which is when an artist applies a thickly laid layer of paint upon a surface so the brush stroke, the strokes or the knife marks are visible. Van Gogh, the 19th century post-impressionist painter, used this technique to create striking paintings such as the plowed fields and the ever-famous Starry Night. This type of technique is not only seen in his art, but in many modern artists today as well. They utilize the texture and additional shading due to the thick paint to emphasize elements of emotion and movement in their works. Cool. And then what's this? 7.5? Negative 57. Oh, I don't know if you can hear. Oh, we're good. Oh, okay, we're good. Okay. Ice, fire, lightning, and sun? Ice, fire, lightning, and grease? What? The jam session was too powerful for a second. It was. Kiwi, help me. Kiwi, I need help. I don't understand. Fire, volcano, lightning, sun, grease, but oh yeah, I think that makes sense. Wait, I think that makes sense. Natural productions of heat, and then slippery things. Yeah! I would never, I was like, grease can go on my penis, a banana peel could go on my penis, ice could go on my penis. So I was like, maybe like slippery. And then I was like, oh, eels are slippery, but would never put that on my penis. So it took me a second to connect them. I got it. The dick, I got it in the end with the dick measurements. Don't worry about it. I did it. Woo! Now we do these on Thursday. 120 minutes left. Good lord. Good lord. 4 hours left. 120 minutes left. That's fine. What the fuck? Is there any thing that I haven't? Sea salt. I need you, sea salt. Like, I don't know what that means, but I like it. I like it. Oh well. It's a blacked out blur, but I'm pretty sure we're good. I want to make a 7TV emote. Don't say what's up. So I take that and it. Pepe da ba da ba ba bo da. Bibo di bo de bo bo. Bibo bi bo boo 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 boo. 2564, I think. But I will put that on my beatus. You right, Chad. You got me. You got me. Alright, pics of me. I want to make an emote. I'm gonna make it bigger though. And I gotta stretch it. I want it to stretch. How do I stretch it? How do I do that? I want to stretch it. Magic grab, magic eraser, magic expand, magic edit. I just want to stretch it. Okay, that's fine. That works. That works, I guess. I'm gonna go back to normie mode. Hello. I think I put it in here. Where is it? Did I put it in downloads? Where did I put it? Oh wait, it's a mauve. Non-fiction. Ain't this city? Okay, girl, call me hot, not pretty. Baby, don't you like the feet? I need the GIF. No. Just put it in downloads. Doing it with me. Download it as a GIF. Download. It might be big. That's okay. Oh, what's on me hand and a damn hot minute, and baby, don't you like this feed? Made it so you stick with me. Okay, you gonna take a second? Are you gonna take a second, computer? H-O-T-T-O-G-O. Alright, how good did I make this? Can I like recolor things? Or did I fuck myself? I didn't fuck myself, but it's not as easy as I was hoping. That's okay. You can take me high to go. Is that even darker? Number. I want to redo it, if I'm completely honest. H-O-T-T-O-G-O. Yeah, I think I kind of want to redo it. I want to see if I draw it any better. Let's see. Heck. What did I do it bad? Chat, I did it bad. It's download yet? Hi. You're a cutie pie. Why can't I log into 7TV? I want to upload an emote. Hi. How's it going? Good. How are you? Upload? Hi. Private. Oh. I need it to be private. Oh, fuck. Alright, I'm gonna redo this, I think, is my plan. Oh, my teeth. My teeth. Yeah, I think I'm gonna redo the hair. And the bow. We've finished both seasons of 100 Girlfriends, so I'm gonna go nap and see how you doing before I clock out. Want to see? Okay, no, valid, no problem, Bob. I am excited for tomorrow's collab. Get a good nap in. I think we're gonna have a great time tomorrow. I think. Yeah, I just found a problem. Oh my god, Discord lane. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, wait. I have to hide my screen. I actually have to hide my screen. You guys get nothing. Hold on. Yes, I want to see. Ah! Okay, well, this is a few of the things that comes to mind. Love it. Oh my god, the shoes are little cow slippers. I have those in real life. Oh my god. Ooh. Ooh, I think if I could, I'd pick number 2 with the jacket of number 1. Okay. 2. Jacket. Mm. Okay, this is and the wave, and then this one. And Buffy always coming in here getting me sidetracked. Must be the aspect ratio is too large. Resize. Okay, crop GIF. Do we have any other views towards? Don't wanna count. Do one. Yes. Okay. Now this one should be less than 3 to 1. That's what it is, isn't it? Maybe this one? This one. Okay, the image aspect ratio is, what does it mean that it's too large? Why is it too large? This is like fucking. Oh, is it? Oh. Oh. Oh, fuck. Campbell. Okay, so I gotta like. I gotta crop. Can we crop the whole image though? Resize. Okay, so I just need to move. So how much can I keep? Think I can keep the size of my face. Hi, Gordly. Tika was in there earlier. Hello. Think we could crop it that much? Dude, I don't fucking know. Don't you for attention. Hi. Hi, Gordly. Oh, it's an MP4. God damn it. I keep getting distracted left and right. I can't have shit. Stream. This one, yeah. This one's. Thank you for the lurk, Zach. Hope we're having a great time. Sorry, I keep getting distracted. Okay, now I do the 2 to 1. The 2 to 1. How are you supposed to do this? Oh my god, I love this song. Am I supposed to be smaller? Like, how small can I be? Okay, I think that'll fix it. Okay, I'll wait for that. What are we doing? Oh yeah, Popping Cat. We're gonna make a Popping Cat. Okay. Just scoot stuff around so that my drawing tablet can fit on my desk. Okay. Brave, please. Brave. Now will it work? Please work. Please. Yes. Wait. Is that better? Kind of. I guess, Chad. I guess. Okay. Go away. Now this one should work because it's 2 to 1, you know? It's a fat boy. Add 2 main team mode. Confirm on change. Okay. Cool. Time to sketch. Candelabra. Yeah, it's like a chupacabra. Tell me where you pissed from. Show me where you pissed from. An apple teeny. Show me where. So put my weenie. Show me where you pissed from. Show me where you pissed from. I don't think it's gonna work until I Until it's done processing? I don't actually know. Paranoid, well avoid. Pussy flaps. Show me where you pissed from. Show me where you pissed from. I don't have as much going on this way. We'll upload when you reload chat. Do like this. Docs chat. Widget you're using? I could refresh the thing. It's also not showing up in my OBS. If it showed up in my OBS, then I'd be like, it could still be processing on. Be alarmed. Alright, think about it. As big as your arm. Shows up for me. Damn. Damn. Alright, hold on. Let me refresh chat then. Refresh cache of current page. I don't know. I don't know. Show me where it's from. Okay, so it's like this. Oops. And then we got the little... Yeah, this one's by Worthy Kids. It goes with one of our animations where they're getting the clown kid back, and I couldn't get enough of it. I wish it was longer. I don't have ears. I don't have no ears. I love that animation. I love it too. I loved how cute the little baby was. Oh my god, I'm gonna show chat really quick. YouTube. Worthy Kids. It's one of their old ones too. That animation feels like the end of an amazing D&D campaign. It does. Where is it? Burger. It's this one. I'm gonna watch it. So I want to. So loud. Oh my god. My internet, why? Swear to god, dude, it's my internet. Can't watch shit. Can't do shit. Can't have anything. Can't have shit in Detroit. Okay, well, you guys go watch it. If you want. My internet decided to be bomb. I can't have shit. Public off. Okay, hold on. I have to pick other people. Okay. Oh, Aunt Gobbo's doing shit? Hold on. Aunt Gobbo. And Mad Monty. Mad Monty TV. Oh. And Havoc's doing stuff too. You want that? Alright. Okay, and then this one. Turn stabilizer off. That sort of defeats the purpose of... And then... To pick a mind out. Maybe I won't. The frame rate dropped for me and you look like well done stop motion for a second. Fuck my internet, man. I swear. I'm gonna check my internet stuff tonight. Because I don't want it fucking up in the collab tomorrow. I don't want it fucking up in the collab tomorrow, so I'll have to check it. I'll check it tonight. I'll remember anyway, because the Pixels and I will probably watch a movie, and then I will look at the router and be like, oh, the internet. The internet reminds me of something, and then I'll have a flash to me suffering in stream. Way that I need your body. Madonna, but every day that you see someone, the way that I need your body. And this will come up. Not that high. Might be time to have a second PD donation and no. I am no. I mean, that would fix a lot of my problems. I'm not gonna lie. But I don't think I'm big enough to justify having a second PC and then having to figure out all the second PC stuff. To be honest, if I did get a second PC though, it would be a mini PC. I'd get one of the mini PC things. Like one of these, where it's just like a super tiny computer. Because you really don't need that good hardware to stream. You more need good hardware to, like, do everything else. So I get, like, one of these. One of these guys. You guys can't see my fucking mouse. One of these guys. Then I hook it up to my third monitor, I think. Does it have HDMI ports on it? I see an on button. Check the fridge. Okay, Kiwi. Hey, listen, if the Asus ROG NUC is less than $300, we'll make a goal for it. Holy shit, it's $2,500. Get the fuck out of here. What about this one? Okay, this one's not as bad. This one's $400. Can it connect to a monitor though? Do you have a cheaper one? The greatest one promise. Just being honest. Getting no power. Sooner or later, women be ours. Okay, what about, is this one cheaper? It is not cheaper. Damn. I'd probably do like something like this. Or just do something like this. Problem, number, equation, motive, observation. I mean, I feel like the specs for this aren't that bad, probably. Let's look at ratings. Observation. Bad Wi-Fi, bad USB ports. Oh, I'd have to do one that like can connect Ethernet. I don't want to think about this. Is hurting my brain. Technology hurts my brain. But high key, it would fix a lot of shit. Like, but I'm like trying to think though. How would I be able to send VTube Studio to a second PC? Is that a thing? How to VTuber 2 PC setup? Find a techie friend and have them tell you what you need. Pixels already knows what I need, you know? How would I get my VTuber thing on there, though? You're thinking backwards? Why am I thinking backwards? Because wouldn't I have to... I'd have to put, like, VTube Studio on the other computer, huh? Like, it wouldn't be on this computer anymore. Recently, 2 pieces set up. I already have a capture card. This shit breaks my brain. I don't even want to think about how the audio would work. Oh my god. Maybe, okay, if I got one, I'll get like a super nice one. So I could just have like one of these, like a really nice mini PC. So that way I can hold my streaming stuff. Oh. Yeah. Well, so if I were to do a second PC setup, I think it would be like, oh shit, wait, could I do one? If I didn't sell my parts, I could have had a 2 PC setup. When I got my new computer, I didn't know what to do with it, and Sim sold the parts to a dad whose kid was just getting into gaming. So we sold him my parts. Yeah. Because the computer I'm on now would become the gaming computer. Personally. Because, like, I'd prefer it that way. And then this, like, mini computer would be what I stream off of, in my opinion. Because my stuff is chunky. What the fuck? I'd want one of these. One of these little guys. Yeah, yeah. I want one of these little guys. These, like, do these have... What the fuck is AED, bro? So if your game chugs, it won't affect your actual stream. I said, yeah. Yeah. PC part picker. Okay. Wait, I want to choose a case first. Choose a case. I want a tiny case. It's like the Jade mini PCs. You know, I always budgeted. This is true. Do they not have minis? The way, that way when you render it won't screw up stream. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Frack Fractal Design Terra. Fractal Design Terra. Terra? I'd do the green one. The green one is the cheapest one too. Okay. We don't need something super expensive for this, I think. Good CPU for streaming only. i7 or i9. So we would do AMD. So AMD, i7 or i9. There's an i5. Core count. 7. Yeah, these ones are pretty cheap. That one's not cheap. It's Core 757. 757. That one's not bad. 150. Okay. Okay. And then we need a motherboard. Are these small? Yeah, they're minis. These ones I can't add though. This one's fine. Gigabyte? I think Gigabyte's pretty good. Warning, they're not compatible. See details. Okay. I always like when streamers have their setup in their about sections. Ooh, me too. Wait, does this guy have a... Oh! This guy looks like he's got a full thing, though. AMD Ryzen 9. I feel like 9's gonna be expensive, though. I don't really want a 9. This one had... i5 146. Look at my name. The dog screaming outside. 778,000. This is why when we get into 9s, 9 is when it's getting more expensive. Say probably not a budget build since the average around 10K sells a month, and his wife has a store. Damn, that's nice. Yeah, I'm just waiting for Meteor Pixels to pop off. One of us will pop off, and then we cruising. I don't know which one to add. Oh, I'm just gonna add a random one. This one. Okay. AMD. What's the problem? Exceeds. Oh, this is too big. CPU is too big, guys. We need a tiny CPU. We need a tiny CPU. So it has cute VTuber. Show me. I want to see. Is it on here? Wait. Oh, he's only got... Okay, let's add this one then. What's wrong? The AMD Ryzen 5 processor included cooler height. So do I need like a smaller? No. How do I undo? Okay. Choose memory. I have old memory cards, but I don't know if they'll fit. I think they're like these ones. I think I have like these. It's too big. It's too big, isn't it? Oh, wait, no, it's this guy. Okay. Choose a storage. I have to buy one of these, huh? 1 terabyte should be fine. Video card. Oh, I wish I could have my parents send me mine. See, let's look at the prices. Oh boy. Lane would so get a pre-built, man. I'm not have Pixels do this. I give up. Shit hard. I just want a mini PC. I wonder if someone were animated for mini PCs is mostly used for streaming. Damn. There's only one solution. Oh lord. What the fuck? HP Elite Desk 800 G2? What the fuck is this? What the fuck? Maybe they're cheaper options than I thought. I don't really want to use HP. 7 days ago. Hey, sorry to dig up an old post, but I'm wondering how it's working out. Hi, it's working out just fine. Yes, I surround sound. I use surround sound, but the PC is mostly used for YouTube content, so I don't have a lot of experience. Sound quality of the mini PC. I use a small larger at a time. Got fairly quickly depending on the kings. So what did this guy get? What did OP get? Actually be a good fit for my side. Thank you all for the work. So I looked into it. This one I decided to get. The B-Link S12 Pro. B-Link S12 Pro. Oh, so it's one of these. It's got an Ethernet port, and it's got HDMI ports. I don't know, chat, maybe. It's only $160 too. Alright, I'll put it on my throne. If you guys want a lane to have a 2 PC setup, which would make our shit even more powerful, we'll get one of these. I'll make it a fundable project. If you want to throw some cents at it, you can. But don't feel obligated to. Oh, good lord. Oh god, I'm scared. Amazon. It's Amazon. It's block. Okay. I want to go away. We don't need all this. It's 160. Maybe crowdfunding. I'm gonna say it's because of you, Kiwi.
I need more power for my iPad streams.
You do, you do. Keely Goblin Books recommended. I get a second PC for my stream. It would solve a lot of problems I have with streaming. But yeah. Thank you for your support. I can't spell support! But in a good way. You are being like, know your worth, Elaine. And this is, if they were ever to look at the stream, they would be like, oh, Kiwi's trying to tell, like, Elaine her worth by saying that she could crowdfund a second PC. But there's a lot of people out there in the world that just need a PC. So I feel bad. But hey, man, like, I'm just saying, if I could, oh man, I'm just saying, if I could pop off as a streamer, man, it'd be fucking sick. That's all I have to say? This would be fucking sick. And we'd have... I think a lot of my time spent trying to, like, make money other ways would just be filled with doing healthy things for my body, I feel like. And then I would just stream all day long. That'd be great. And, like, I understand. People be like, you know what? Consistency is key. What if you can't keep up with the whole rigmarole? Well, considering that I'm pretending that this is already my full-time job, I think I'm doing a pretty damn good job. It used to be stumpier. I don't know what we're listening to. What is happening? I don't think I get this song. It's okay. I don't think a lot of people do anymore. Oh, they have like an Animal Crossing one. Oh, that's so cute. That's very immersive. I quite like that. That's so cool. I like Animal Crossing ones. Sometimes I wish I was a girly that was into Animal Crossing more than... Like, I have Animal Crossing New Horizons. I played it for like a month and then I kind of was like, eh. Because I think like the hard part about it for me was like keeping up with it without being able to time skip, you know? Like it was like a day by day thing. You give Stardew vibes more than Animal Crossing. I give Minecraft vibes. No, okay, hold on. If we have to have a chart... Oh, I have to say this in the correct format. Okay, my computer decided to die. Please stop, computer. I'm not... Computer, I need you to understand that I'm not replacing you. If I got a second PC, I'm not replacing you. You are still my primary child in love. I want to take the load off, you know, of all the menial shit you gotta do. And I don't think that's a bad thing, so please don't break. Please don't break. Okay. So if there was, like, a chart, right? Oops. Right? Of... What just happened? If there was a chart, okay? And, like, this side of the chart is cute. Like, this is cute. And then this is feral. Okay? And then you've got, you got... It's a political compass, but for cozy games, the polls... Oh, okay, wait. Yeah, let's do the poll. Hold on, let's do the poll. That's literally what I was about to do. Reading my mind, alright. Why wasn't that straight? Hold on. I guess. Okay, so we got... Right, and then, hold on, I don't wanna write. Okay, and then it's gonna be this color in my handwriting, because it can be... Oops. my god. Main font. Okay, so we got Animal Crossing. I would say Terraria is a lot like Stardew Valley though. Change it. Okay. So I feel like, okay, we have Animal Crossing here, and I feel like Minecraft is the opposite. Minecraft girlies versus Animal Crossing girlies, very different. You know? And then Stardew Valley, I'd say is a middle ground. I'd say it's like a middle ground. And then... Really, Terraria? No. Well... Yeah. Because Terraria is the opposite of Stardew Valley. Terraria. Okay. Okay. And Elaine? Me? Fucking... emotes. Fucking you'll be art. Me, I'm all the way fucking over here. I'm right here. With like a little bit of Terraria. You know? Because I feel like maybe other people are like, most people are kind of like, maybe like here. Most cutie girly pies. Oh, like right here? I'm just over here. The chaos you gives matches Terraria. The only problem with Terraria, and I do like Terraria, don't get me wrong. The graph. I do like Terraria. I've played it like twice fully, I think. Maybe I'd go a little bit more towards like Terraria maybe. But it doesn't catch my tism like Minecraft. I think because it's not 3D. I think that's the only reason why, is because it's not 3D. Because I really like 3D object. It make me very much feel like I am playing with block. And Elaine like playing with blocks. You know, whereas like Terraria, I feel like you gotta think a little bit more. The 2D side scroller is why I don't care for it. No, that's valid, honestly. Like, I have to be in the mood to play that. I personally prefer the kind of like the first person in a 3D environment a lot. Even if it is simple, like it doesn't matter to me, as if it's 3D, it's 3D and I like it. Whereas I want to go and take off my bow. It's been a bit of a day, you know? Let's take off the bow. God, I look naked. Like a neutered cat. But you can make kind of cute pixel arty things in like Stardew and fuck. In like Terraria and Stardew Valley. I can't wait for the next one to come out though. I'm playing the shit out of that one. I can't remember what it's called. Chucklefish. I gotta look at the updates on that game. What's the next one that they're working on? No, you guys announced it. Don't even. Stuff like Blade Song tickles my brain. I like the vibe. I vibe with being an NPC. That's valid. That's very valid. Oh, they have more games. Where is it? Where is it? Where's your new game? I'm gonna be so pissed if they scrapped it. Games. Why Starbound failed? I love Starbound, dude. Don't fucking even, bro. Did they not even put it on Steam yet? It starts with an M. Hold on. They like recently. I thought it was Chucklefish. What the fuck game was it called? Bro, maybe I'll do a fucking Starbound thing. Bro, I gotta pee. I gotta piss, chat. I gotta piss. I gotta piss hard. Is it Mistral fucking? Chucklefish game announcement? Kiora! I found it. It started with a K. I'm fucking stupid. Kiora! When is it coming out? Please, I need it. Look at it. It's so cute. It's like between Terraria and Starbound, and I like it, and I want it. The Blog 1 came out 2 days after my birthday. When I want. Okay, I gotta go bathroom. I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. I had to pee. Yes, there was. but they've posted nothing about it for like a month. And that makes me upset because that means like I don't know when they're gonna post stuff about it, you know? I wanna play it. Maybe by Pugstorm. I can just be happy by the end of this song. It's like, where's my pen? Okay. By the time you hear this, I'm already gone. How do I do this? How do I always make the top bigger than the bottom? I don't know how I did that. Also, that side is very pretty. And there's no one around. Cause that's how my bow. No, the bow is bigger on the top, isn't it? Hold on. It doesn't matter. The way he says, still to be determined. Cries in agony. Kiora, Kiora, where art thou, Kiora? Bye, Moira. I love you. Hope you had a nice nap. Thank you for the wellness check. There you go. I drink water. Okay. Wanna leave me already. Oh, this. Oh my god. Ew, the bottom of my keyboard is gross. The little sticky things that like keep the little pad in place, like the silicone pad, fucking migrated and it was gross. So all the sticky stuff is like getting underneath my keyboard. Alright. Then we losing every part of a benefit. More than I ever knew. Because I'm doing the same to you. Most of it not. What do you wanna do? Love me a lot. I don't really have arms. So like maybe like a strap like this. Or a strap like this. And like this. Like that kind of like bent this way, you know? Like that. Let's wait and see. Sleepless nights. Sleepless nights turn into love. Can't forget my little freckle. Stuck in the middle. Okay. Now, this guy, this color. Oops. This guy. Kind of want to do it as the same thickness. So I think this, which is I think a 10. Yeah. Turns making up, turns into love. It's way too close for comfort. In the middle. Oh my god, there was this artist. Who was it? There was an artist that I was gushing over the other day. And I loved, like, loved their line art. And I'm, like, trying to remember who it was. Because I wanted to ask them what brush they were using. Because it's not like... It's definitely not like something like super special or anything, because it was just like kind of thick, bold line art. Or maybe it was in a dream. I could have dreamed this person that I'm thinking of. I definitely could have dreamed them. They had a very nice, like, I really liked how the line stopped and started. Because mine's very blunt. It's very flat. But theirs was very rounded, and I quite liked it. But I have nothing against the brush that I'm using now, though. It was very nice. I think it reminded me a lot of this brush. And how this brush works. But like, I feel like a problem. It's a little too scratchy, I feel like. I don't really know. Maybe I'm lying. Elaine doesn't know anymore. Elaine feels like there will be a texture of brush one day that she finds. That I find. Maybe I should talk in the first person. That I find that I'm just gonna fall in love with. And it'll be great. And it is just gonna answer all my questions to the way I want to draw. And I know that's not actually how it works. You know? Curved. I want to say that their the last section of that person's username is something. But it probably isn't. But, like, I really want to believe that it's, like, curved diesel grumpled stiltskin, you know? Like, I know that's not their name, but it'd be kind of funny if it was. Lighting. It's so inviting. Say something so inviting. Bomb bomb dee do dee do do day. Oh, I don't like that. It's too open. It's too open. This I would never, ever, 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 ever be your side chick with the same single ring on my finger. Hi, Moira. Why can't I see that? Let's say to my face. Okay. There you go. Let's see something so exciting. Bomb bomb dee do day. You back in a minute. And I feel like I have to do like a little bit of this. Maybe not like that, but like that. Rasterize. I can see the multi-stream like slightly behind my Spotify. I think it's on Gabo's POV that like has like a flashing light every now and again, and it keeps spooking me. I feel like something's popping up on my computer that I don't know about. I kind of want to draw someone else as a popping cat too. Just kind of a mood right now. Okay, this is why I turned it off. Okay. I don't know what the song is, but I kind of like it. Where's Baby No Money come in? I like it like that. There you go. I like that more. Yeah, I don't think that matters too much. Scoot it so it looks a little better. There you go. Ugh. Hmm. See? We called him. Okay, so this is like the head. Just wanna erase things. This one. I just realized I did that wrong. Oh boy. And then this one. I kind of want this to. There you go. That's the head. And then new. Oh, oops. Oops. And then foot. And then a new one. Foot. I'm plotting out a short story for Kiwi the Goblin's origin story. What do you think? Better first person POV, for first person narration, or third person narration? It depends. Are you telling it in the perspective of Kiwi or someone else that knows of Kiwi? Because, like, if it's from the perspective of Kiwi, I would probably do first. But if it's meant to be more like a folklore, folk tale, I'd say third. And then Let's see the body. There you go. This is the sketch. This one goes up there. Okay, let me also make sure my skin is the right color. Slightly different. Okay, thanks. Wow, okay. Bit surprising in my opinion, but I'll take it. Kind of lore of Kiwi going from newborn to mortal world, but my coworker suggested first person since it acts as my author lore, but I'm not 100% sold on it. Maybe third person shifting to first? Because, like, in third person, you could be like, or in the beginning when it's like third person, like, oh, you know, Kiwi baby, go through world. But then, like, because you're gaining that sentience of all the different realities. Yeah. Yeah. Future Kiwi could be good. I like Future Kiwi. You feel nothing as well. Golden. Cool. Turn that off. Delete. Oh, man. I guess everybody hides on. I'll look at Boffy really quick. Stick to me like caramel. Walk beside me till you feel nothing as well. This is the yep. This is very much the face I make when Pixels brings me food. You would be correct. Beautiful nightmare. Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh, this hair needs to go on top of the clothes. Or I could just mask out the clothes, I guess. Let's just color that out. I have to color it back. Does this change it at all? Not really. Which is a prison. What do you mean? What do you mean, Cole? What do you mean? I think our follow count's doing pretty okay. Don't worry. I wish I was more famous too. It's okay. We'll get there someday, and then you'll be like, oh. And then I will rain my riches upon my chat. You get a gift card, and you get a Steam gift card, and you get a Steam gift card. I miss doing those. I did it like once, and I felt really good about it. And I haven't done it since. I mean, Fluffy or Jiggly, you're well worth watching. Thank you. Just being a little guy and coloring. Solana. Got in the morning. Now I gotta fix the line art. Okay, the hair goes on top. And these need an eraser. Okay. And now, wait, no, outline. Boop. I like scooted it like that. I don't want to listen to this right now. Boop, 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 boop. Oh wait, that part didn't matter as much. 1, 2, 5, 4, 5, 4. Me count so poor. 1, I can count to 1, 2, I can count to 2, 3, I can count to 3, 4, I can count no more. 2, what comes after 2? What comes after 3? I can only count to 4. I can only count to 4. Can only count to 4. Count to 4. I can only count to 4. I can only count to 4. That's part of the hair. It isn't. What the fuck? 9, 10, 9, 10. Again. Oh, you know what? There you go. I think that all makes sense. I count to 4. I can only count to 4. I can only count to 4. Close dark. Close yellow, close dark. I can only count to 4. this bow needs to be on top. These. And there you go. Count to 1, 2. I can count to 2, 3. I can count to 3, 4. I can count to 4. 1, 2. What comes after 2? White. And the inner of my ears are white. First numbers. What is this song? There you go. This is the wrong ear. It's not even the ear, this is one. There we go. Don't feel much better. And then I need this again. Oops. It's in my center bang. What? Oh. Yeah. And then one more for the white. So I can hear. And then this area. My whittle horn.
Hello,
Gaia! Hello! How was Deltarune? We were lurking. How was Deltarune? Did you have fun? I hope you did. Thank you so much for the raid. We're just drawing a little popping cat of ourselves. Hello! How was Deltarune? Did you guys have fun? Did you guys have fun? I was good. We beat chapter 2. Hell yeah, I'm proud. Great job. Great job. Very proud, very proud. We're just vibing. Thank you so much for the raid. If you need a raid and run, please take care of yourself. Otherwise, feel free to just hang out. Or we just kind of color like a coloring page. I didn't erase all the hair. Oops. We talk at night. A bit sad it's over, but we'll be doing a speedrun of chapter 2 to try out a different route. Then I'm just waiting for chapter 3. Do you know when chapter 3 comes out? Do you know when that comes out by any chance? So I think they announced something about it with the Nintendo thing. French. Talk to me in Spanish. Oh, it's June 5th. Closer than you might think. Closer than you might think. Yeah, I think a lot of people felt that way when he announced the other chapters. Cause it was like well, to be fair, I think that's kind of been a little bit of a trend in the gaming industry as of late of trying to get products and announcements out for games in a relative like instead of being like, okay, now wait like 10 years, it's more like, oh, just wait a couple months. It's both 3 and 4. Yeah. Did I not draw? 1, 2. Yeah, so that should be. Yeah. Nope. Talking about Deltarune, we are. Kazi just finished chapter 2. And they were talking about how they were sad it was over, but I'm like, oh, at least the next chapter's coming out soon. He's like, oh. Yeah. Recently, too. Was eating dinner, so saw you were still live. Yeah, I'll be live for a little while. Feeling stupid. So soon, I'm excited. I love Deltarune a lot. I'll have to play it. I haven't played it yet. Like, I played a lot of Undertale, which I really like, but I didn't really get into Deltarune. Feels like I should get on that. Like, I think I beat Undertale like once on the pacifist mode, and then I stopped playing. So I was like, yep, I had my ending. Though I tend to do that for a lot of games, to be fair. It's kind of like, I got my ending, I'm good now. I'm feeling stupid. Let's get the dark brown. It's a good game. I'm just unskilled, so I watch others play it. The music is good, and I like the humor more in Deltarune more than Undertale, but they are both good. Undertale, I'll have to get into it then. I like the direction my opening is going. Yeah, I'm glad. Log file, show log files. It's 20. Today's the 22nd. A story. They're writing their VTuber lore. I don't want to change the. I'm so bad that I can't do lore. Yeah, Kiwi helped me write a little bit of my lore and helped me plan out a little bit, I should say, a good bit of my lore. And also helped me with storyboarding for a possible Elaine lore 2.0. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-dee-doo. Got a man feeling at you. I wanted to do that, but that is not smooth. Also, I want to do some story time on stream sometime next time. I'm challenging myself to do it alright. Ooh, I like it. You should post it on like subreddits and stuff. I think Reddit would really like that. I think I like that more. How I feel about you. I didn't add my earrings. That could be a liner later. Call me every hour? Why? Tell her you're turning your phone off. Or just don't respond. Easy. Or she's actually dying. I'll be posting on my Patreon, and on Royal Road is a collection, 100 Tales from the Hovel. I like it. Are they just checking on you? Is that why they keep calling? So she's not here, so it's like, oh my god, are you okay? I feel like that would be a valid response if you sent them like 50 texts saying like, hey, I need to go to the hospital, help me. But if you haven't texted them and you're just vibing, I feel like it's silly. What too many people wanna do before I die? You think I wanna make it back alive? Shouldn't have survived. Feel like a way to die, I'll be okay. If I can go my own way. People back at home base. Past the point of needing to be checked in on with the surgery, it's just getting annoying now. Maybe they're doing it because it's annoying you. Ever thought about that? Like, what if they're just doing it to annoy you? See how many times you'll pick up. I mean, not trying to put ill will into the air or anything. It just feels like a possibility, you know? Oh no, you can put ill oil in the air. My grandma's an asshole. I know, but karma. I'm scared of karma. I feel like I'll get karma so hard someday for saying something about someone that I don't know especially well. And then my poor asshole, bro. I don't know if I want this because it's not symmetrical with the other side. Put your hands on. Ew, I don't know. Now you get good comfort here, it's okay. Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. Church you can use to find the server you have the best connection at max bitrate, which means use it for the best results. Set duration to medium. What's this? Download. Mark wants to call the cops on her on a daily. That's valid. That's valid. My computer's chugging. It's trying its best. It's trying. Speaking of that, we finished that anime. It was good. 8 out of 10, just very gooner. That's understandable. If you are missing the extract all. Oh. I don't know what I'm doing. More funny than I thought. Not gonna lie. No, that's valid. Except you got like harem animes. I'm very hit or miss. Okay, I have to hide my screen. I have to hide my screen. This thing. There it is. I'm excited to watch you both tomorrow when you do your thing. I hope that you like it too. I'm excited. I'm excited personally. Okay, for the best result, set duration to medium, which we did. And uncheck any regions you are not in. After the test runs, look for the server with the higher quality. If two or more are tied, use the one with the higher bitrate. Okay, start. Uncheck any regions you are not in. Oh, start. Okay. It's testing. It's testing in the background. Okay. Voice text is trash. Understandable. We need like a special little thing for you where you can like call in and you'll be like a special little guy and you like, you know, like on radio shows how you can call in and stuff, but then you can like leave. I have like a special one for you where you can just come in and come out whenever you want. Like this. This made sense to me. This, the simple thing, that made sense. Then lol, yes, exactly. We could. I think I've seen people do that before. Like kind of like a voicemail kind of thing. Wouldn't be hard. Take anything. Maybe I am. Maybe I am a stoner gore. Though I need to force myself to lean again because I'll lose my muscles. It feels weird. No, it's valid. That's how I feel when I have to remember to sit up. Is it done? Oh, it's still checking. Okay. Maybe you are a stoner. I want to get high again. Not as high as yesterday because I took way too much yesterday. But like, I would take a little bit. But I don't want to because I don't want that to impede any possibility of anything that Pixels wants to do. I feel like if I just take one. I'm a dibbler. I'm not a dibbler. Like, I kind of want to do like one of these. I don't know if this makes sense. Kinda do though. Also, I don't want to tell you this, but you've done enough to make your brain chemistry different. You're always gonna sound like a stoner, whether you like it or not. I have the same thing, and I quit smoking for like 7 years and only did. My brain chemicals are fucked? What do you mean my brain chemicals are fucked? Pixel says that I'm very, very much the same on edibles. When I'm high, I have less inhibitions. I like my anxiety gone. I just kind of exist with the world and I'm happy. When you use a lot of that, it messes with your brain so your speed starts to get slower. I think I speak pretty fast. But no, that's completely valid. That's completely valid. That makes sense, honestly. Plus you have ADHD. Smile. Oh, fuck, how do you shade a bow? Bow. It's just... anime. Yes. I like these ones. This is not how my bow works, but... Okay. Okay. It's like when you take a moment to think and then you say a thing, it's stoner vibes. Oh, that's valid. That's valid. I mean, I don't hate it. It's just, I was just kind of like, I thought I was a little more professional than that, but I mean, I'm the goofiest professional around, am I right? At this point, you know? I think I need a highlight. Most people just say I'm dumb over stoner because people don't know I used to smoke chronic. That's valid, I guess. I mean, I don't think there's ever a good reason to call someone dumb, to be completely honest. But, you know. I mean, you're more productive and professional than most people that are sober? I guess so. I like life. I'm very, juvenile. I'm very... not juvenile. I have that childlike wonder. I think I'm thinking about this too hard. Go away. How does, I just want to see if they do it any other way. Not really. I just gotta do the center. I'm just really old, so I flip-flop from sounding like I live in old folks zone and then I'm on crack. Hey, we love crack in this household. We love crack in this household. Oh, that looks so much better. Oh my god. I think it's just like if I don't do stuff constantly, I think I might have a stroke. That's not necessarily a good thing. It's how my brain is wired. If I don't keep doing quote-unquote productive things, my brain will explode. You have eternal youth. I feel like it would take a lot to make you lose your childlike wonder that you somehow still have, where I'm over here like, man, I want socks. I mean, I want socks, but I want, like, cozy socks. And it's probably because I didn't start living my life till I was, like, 21. I'm trying to see if my wife wants to talk to her doctor about edibles because of her anxiety and chronic pain. Can't help. Especially in Colorado. I feel like that would help because I have a friend who takes edibles that's just for anxiety and it helps with that. Yeah. Yeah, because whenever, like, I take an edible, it's kind of like, I'm just no inhibitions anymore. I'm vibing. My life is good. Try cream. That might work. So did I have an appointment to switch to ad? Yippee! I'm excited. Yippee. I'm praying that my cost for medical stuff will be pretty good. I don't have an appointment until like May, but I'm just hoping it all goes over smoothly, cause like I've been privileged enough to only really need like general doctor's visits, but this is the first time where like I'm like, hey, can I see like a doctor for my meds? And they're like, you have to wait 3 months to see a doctor. And I was like, okay. Forget the time. Still in my mind is... oh. Okay, I'll just stick with this one. But I'm the closest one around. I understand it. I get people not wanting to be into it. That's why I quit after a while for my own sake. Yeah, that's valid. as I feel with many medicines, unless it is like kind of critical to your health, like heart medications or whatever, things like Adderall and marijuana, the marijuanas, should be helpers, not like it's the only reason you're able to do X, you know, unless it's for like pain or chronic illness and stuff like that. I have addictive qualities that run in my family, and I started getting addicted to taking it because it made me feel happy, and I stopped using it because it's not how you should be using it. Like, I just was using it to cope and feel nothing kind of vibe, where now I have it as a little treat, if I remember. No, that's valid. A little treat, never hurts. She's a medical assistant, so she's not strictly against medication. She's afraid of addiction with, yeah. That's valid. Yeah, always talk to your doctor about that kind of stuff. Like, I won't lie. I have, like, that addictive, I think, gene in me as well. So I have to be careful. But that's why I try very much self-regulating. Like, weed to the weekends. Or if I've had a really fucking bad day. And I just need to curl up and die kind of thing, you know? It's a cute little nerd you're drawing. Thank you. The base. I got the base. Where's this base from? This base is from a person. By Lumon. Lumon on Twitter. I do not know if they have a blue sky. They probably do, though, because they're an artist. But I drew everything else. But thank you again. Right now, I'm looking into mood meds to help myself regulate after the surgery, as I got diagnosed with bipolar, and I'm in menopause, so it's been getting very extreme. No, that's valid. A lot of people where it's like, yeah. Yup. And then if anybody in chat ever needs a friend, you know, I'm here. You know, I'm here to talk. I'm here to hang out. That's why I'm here daily. To be your daily little distraction as you work. Because I know life can be fucking gay sometimes. Gay in the non-rainbow way. I don't want to succumb to what my family can be, so I've been really careful. I also have it now falling into, like, I get addicted to drawing or art. I get addicted to creating things. Yeah, it's all about balance. Yeah, and there's, like, plenty of things in the world to be addicted to outside of, like chemical-based stuff. Like, so, like, a lot of, like, I feel like this was a lot of it for a lot of people who, like, went through hard times and then went to, like, the gym. Those kind of people, they get addicted to going to the gym, you know? Some people get addicted to video games. Some people get addicted to Minecraft. Some people get addicted to watching 2018 Cow Chop playlist that they have that has every single video that they've ever uploaded, you know? Sometimes people do that. Oh, Lane, did you get any of the art for that Bat TV viewer I sent you? It's gorgeous. The one that you linked me to, the Twitch, was it the Twitch stream where they were like working on their emotes? Because I didn't look at it more than, I don't know what I was doing when you sent that to me, but I lurked in their streams and I think I followed them. Oh my god, I'm addicted to gooning. Hey man, that's your stereotype. Biff the Goblin, she's not a gooner. I just get scared, you know, if you feel so bad, you want to feel happy, etc. But now I'm actually enjoying walking outside. Gooner life is a life, it is. No, that's valid, because it's like it can be hard a lot of the times to take joy in the mundane. Like a walk isn't, especially, like, you know, a walk, especially if you're walking in the same places, doesn't have to be extraordinary, but it's all about perspective, you know, and get what you can out of it at the end of the day. Like, when I used to walk my dogs, they would never be long walks because they're really small and they get tired really easy. But when I used to walk my dogs, I would sing. I would sing while I walked them. And the, like, having to walk and sing at the same time was kind of nice. Well, I've been more thoughtful with my VTubing stuff, bro. I was getting addicted to having cool shit. No, that's valid. I feel like that was me when I first started VTubing, where I was just getting a lot of everything, but not really caring about the quality. And that's bitten me in the ass a bit more than I'd like to say, but you know, it is what it is. I want to just put this on here. And then multiply. Like that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that one, they have a website linked to their profile exam. Ooh, I'll have to look. Oh yeah, talk to Mark while yeah, shop therapy runs in my wife's family. Yeah, it runs in my mom. My mom has that. I don't know if my grandmother has it, but my mom has that. I'm just being more invested in doing what I can in my stream before I spend money. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's, and it's like, it's hard for VTubers in the space of like, in Chronic Star, she says she loves buying jewelry. That's crazy. Jewelry is definitely an interesting one. Because you can only, like, that's like me and jewelry. Like, I love jewelry. I love shiny, sparkly things that I'm sure you all know. But I don't take off my jewelry. I don't take it off to shower. I don't take it off to go swimming. Unless, like, there's a possibility to lose it or get it extremely dirty. Like, if I'm going to mess with flour, I take them off. But I never take off my rings and I never take off my necklace. So I'm very fucking, particular about what kind of jewelry I wear. Because it has to, like, last in water. Because I'm fucking, call me a lazy piece of shit. I don't really mind. Because it is kind of lazy, but at the same time, I want it to be durable. Fucking, when she be scammed by Cartman for sure reminds, the fucking, I just thought of that little clip that they have in the show. I've seen that one. She's ashamed she never takes her rings off her earrings, only necklaces. Dead ass. Yeah, I don't. I should take them off more often. I just get lazy. I like keeping them in. But that's also why, like, I wouldn't buy more jewelry because I'm not gonna be changing my jewelry all that often. Like, if I had to go to K Jewelers one more time when something bad happens with her, I'm gonna go nuts. Just break one of the glass displays. My wife and I are bad at wearing jewelry to the point where we don't really wear our wedding rings, and lately she's been getting comments from her coworkers. She could do, like, a necklace. You could do a necklace you don't take off. Especially if they're a medical assistant, which makes sense. Like, you could just put it on a necklace. I've seen people do that. Very simple, just form, function. Then you just wear it. And it's easy to take on and off, which is really nice. I need stabilization again. Also, fuck them gossipy bitches, am I right? Also, maybe they don't have anything else to talk about. I don't like this. I don't like this. I want it to be here and here. Yeah, I had a friend who would wear theirs around their neck, or they got to the point of getting a tattoo thing. Yeah, where they tattoo like a ring. At a point where I want to get a ring tattoo. No, that's valid. It never comes off. The only thing about it is I know that it can wear down easily because you're washing your hands a lot. Yeah, I was like, it's like, god damn, these bitches be talking. But then at the same time, I was like, what else do these bitches gotta be talking about, though? I like this. This is cute. Main pop one. Retry. They get bored fast, so they gotta gossip. Yeah, I mean, when their whole life revolves around work, makes sense. Alright, what is this? Oh, what does it say? Tuber region type, pick one with the higher bit rate. After the test run, looks at the highest quality rating. Quality. Multiple or quality, but we want bit rate, bandwidth. Okay, I don't know what any of this means. Let's just take a screenshot. Screenshot? No? Okay. Okay. If you wash your hands, hashtag stinky life, you better be washing your hands. Like my grandma's job, they just gossip all day. Yeah, I mean, when it's when it's your like main, like when working becomes life, because you should be living outside of work. It's kind of all you got, right? So, help what havoc where Casio was an ending. Okay. My neck, bro. Stiff as a board. I'm gonna play Minecraft. How to play Minecraft? I won't play Minecraft. So yeah, that's her life. Yeah. When you make something that you do as a job, your entire person, gets a bit hard. Also, straight on the bow is just creases. Yeah. I kind of just did the little center and was like, yep, we're good. Ew, a lifelong career. I just wanna be a successful content creator. That's all I want. And I can retire at 60. Example. Imagine being a bartender for 20 plus years. I could never. That's side character energy, NPC energy, unless you streamed and talked about it. Build a path to be together. Secret tunnel. Mountain. Secret tunnel. I get to listen to it, and then I can talk about it on my stream. If I felt like it, I just don't. Yeah, like if it was actually, because the stuff that happens to her at her job is wild, because she caters to really rich people. Damn. Yeah. And that either makes you an asshole doing that kind of shit, either makes you, I feel like, an asshole, or you're like a really cool person. You go through so much shit. You either go through so much shit and become creative about it, or you go through a lot of shit and then you're an asshole. Mountain divides them apart. Build a path to be together. Secret tunnel to the Valentine. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. They have to pay like doctors or football players. Yeah, sadly no. She works at a private country club, so it's like expensive. Like hella rich people go there. They have to pay like $25,000 to just even go into that place. That's crazy. Yeah, you're either cool as fuck because you were a personality hire, or you're kind of like just a guy, you know? Just saying. Like, I feel like I could work at a job for a long time as long as I did other stuff outside the job. I've only been allowed inside her job once because of how much it costs inside. I had to pee. Understandable. I would pee and then, you know, Maybe take something. I probably wouldn't last a month without punching some entitled prick in the mouth. That's valid. Luckily for me, if someone gets mad at me in customer service, I just get confused. And then sad. Because I didn't mean to make them upset. I didn't mean to trigger them. For being so just gosh darn baby. For being just so gosh darn cute. I didn't mean to offend them like that. She hates all her coworkers, and she has that hierarchy where she's the top bitch, almost the manager, so everyone respects her, and she's gotten into an issue with other coworkers and gotten them fired or watched people actually get... That's crazy! That's crazy. That's crazy! I've never gotten fired. I've only quit. I'm a quitter. I'm kidding. She basically a Karen, so I wouldn't be surprised. And I'm sorry you had to get fired by someone like that. That's valid. Yeah, it's kind of a shitty reason. It's kind of popo when you think about it. I hate living with her because she's like that. At least you won't get fired from life. There's that. There's that. I'm just gonna play Jigsaw Puzzle Infinite until Minecraft loads. If Steam wants to open it. Jigsaw Puzzle. That was Call of Duty! Oh, it already loaded me in right as I opened the game. Never mind. She treats me like her coworker because I'm 40 years younger. That's stupid though. Your family. Okay. I trapped a rat. I got high last night and I trapped this rat. His name is Maurice. Mauricio. Maurice. My rat. His name is Maurice. I don't know how to tame him yet. But his name is Maurice. If I could live away from people but close enough to a city to do fun stuff with my wife and write all day without worries, that'd be life. That would be very nice. Has a consequence because I'm smarter than her. Ew. Get away! Get away from me and Maurice! So get away! Okay, Maurice, I got you. It's not a thunderstorm, it's just a rainstorm? I didn't know I could just have rain. Mookie, I wish I lived closer to stores and things. Mine's pretty far, so I gotta... Yeah, I like where I live because I can walk. I'd be a real fat fuck if I couldn't walk to places. But luckily, Pixels drags me outside and is like, come on, we're going. So I can make good food. Can cheese tame the rats? Hold on, there's a rats wiki. Hold on. Rats wiki, Minecraft mod. I think it's this one. Rats. How do I... Taming a rat is considered difficult as they actually try to avoid players. While it's impossible to tame a plague rat. What's a plague rat? Okay, I don't have a plague rat. I have a normal rat. Cheese. Okay, so we gotta get cheese. Yeah, we gotta get cheese. I'm just trying to get strong enough so I can walk up the hill that I live on and just leave whenever I feel like I can't do shit. That's my goal, to piss her off. I got you, boo, and then I'll pick you up. No problem. You sweat. What the fuck? What cheese? Cheese toast. Cheese. We have so many types of cheese. Where's the rat's cheese? Would any type of cheese work? I have to go back home and go get cheese. Wait, I want a block of cheese. Block of cheese? Yeah, this is specifically the rats ones. How the fuck do you make cheese? How do you make cheese? Can I use any kind of cheese? I think any kind of cheese will work. How do I make cheese? Cheese? How do I make cheese? Is there a cheese? You go to the moon and get cheese. I don't want to go to the moon and get cheese. Milk and sea salt. How the fuck do I get sea salt? Hold on. How do I forgot how to remove some of these things. How do I get this cheese? Bookmark it. How do I get sea salt? Pray for your independence and her downfall. How do I get sea salt? I bake it? How do I get baking? What is this? How do I bake? What? An oven? I need an oven? An oven? Wait, what? Bake? At Mr. Crayfish. This one. I need a light stove. Oh, fuck. Okay, we gotta go home. What happened to my dirt? What happened to the dirt here? Oh my god. Okay. Okay, we're good now. Alright, I'm gonna go home. I'm going home, chat! I'm going home! Gotta make some cheese so I can tame Maurice. Laying in the kitchen when it's not baked goods. Yeah, exactly. A stove? A stove? I need things. This area is so much laggier than the rest of the world. Taking half of these and taking this. Building blocks. I have sand. I'm gonna take a shower and I enjoyed my food, which I will send you a picture of. I hope you have a fun stream. Thank you. I hope you had a great time. We love you. I'll have to build it here. Into your driveway. No problem, Kiwi. Is it like this, this, and this? What was it? Oh, is that a... Oh, fuck. I have to turn this guy on. And then he turns this guy on. Kitchen. I need this one. I need glass. I have glass. I don't have I have framed glass. Fuck. Fuck! I share everything by lazy as fuck, so this is the fit. That makes sense, honestly. Sometimes when I'm depressed, I too do that. Framed glass. I just need glass. Do I have any sand? Some sand. You know what? I bet it's because of all the animals that I have. I think it's time, chat. We gotta kill the horse. We gotta kill the horse. I'm lagging so much. The FPS lag, chat. That's what I get for, like, trying to feed my animals. Where'd my cleaver go? Where did my cleaver go? Okay, well, it's fine. Let's use the axe. Okay. Cow. Okay. We have Cowie? Who the fuck is Cowie? Okay, the rest of them can stay. Why are they hurt? Splash potion of healing. Bonk. Get better. I don't know who Cowie is, but I guess we'll keep him. Okay. Pig. Pig. Whoa. Okay. Pig. Okay. So now there's pig and pig. Which... There shouldn't be pig and pig? Hi, Zoe. It should be Yeah, they should be named, but they're not named. I don't know why they're not named. Okay, the mushrooms are fine. I only have 3 mushrooms. Okay, Reef, Claire, and Morris. Okay, the rest of you gotta go. You're lagging the server. Okay, well, one of them, the other one died as well. You know, that's okay. We're doing a cleanse. Yeah, we're fucking cleansing these guys. Chroma sheep? What? Why are you naked? Well, I killed the chroma sheep. Maybe I shouldn't use... Can I get that cleaver back? Knife? Was it a knife? Or is this knife? Yeah, see, it only kills one of them at a time. Sheep. 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 Okay. Now we need name tags. Okay, wait. This is Penelope. I think it's interesting that I named them like that. I didn't actually remember about the sheep. Mushrooms are fine. Daisy, Cowie, and Cow. I don't know what to name my pigs. Dan. Dan and Patricia. Go Dan. Dan, I need you to take the name tag, Dan. Dan, there you go. And then we'll name Patty. I mean, it's better than naming a cow Patty, you know? Alright, and then... Where the fuck is Boog? Why do I have 2 Simons? And where the fuck did Boog go? Okay, well, I guess I only have 1 of those horses. That chicken's cool. Okay, you die. And then you die. And you die. You both die. Oh fuck. Okay. Damn it. Alright. Any other motherfuckers looking to get cleansed? You're looking to get cleansed. You're too close to the others. Go out of here. Get out from under there. Oh, we have too many that look like you! Oh shit, I'm in creative. Fuck. Come here. Come here. Come out here. But you're like a little different. You're a little muddy, actually. Okay, well, you have muddy brothers in here, so... You all are getting out. Get out. Hello, hello! Come on in. Get out. I'm exiling chickens. Come here. You are lagging the server! Yeah. You two, get out of here. Okay, that chicken went in the fields. The chicken went in the fields! That one will allow to live. Okay. Hopefully that's like a little bit better for the server in terms of like lag and entity shit. I feel like we don't really have that many animals here in the grand scheme of things. I could always be wrong, but I think that's good. I think we're good on that. Alright. Let me throw away all the carcassy stuff. That was everything. Because if you're in creative and you pick up too much stuff, it just deletes it. Which is nice. Okay. Yeah, it's a little less laggy here now. Like a little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit. Sand. I only need like one thing of glass.
Mother, Aunt Gobo's stream is borked.
Why is it borked? It's working on my end. What's up? What's up, little bud? What's borked about it? Oh, I forgot. No, it's wrong. That's sad. That's sad. Oh, it fixed itself. Nice. If it ever breaks again, feel free to let me know. I'm missing power. Oh, wait. There you go. I don't have that cleaver anymore. Let me take this. Wrong way. Bow. Okay, this goes here. Ow, ow. Ow. Bed. Maybe it's because I have a lot of animals up here. I'm sure it's fine. This. And then, boil water. Why don't I have extra buckets? Where's my buckets? Water bottles. Water bottles work? I think water bottles will work. What happened to all of my buckets? You hard me mateys. Where the fuck did... Oh, they're there. I think I just go to the sink. Give me water. Why isn't it giving me water? There you go. Oh! No! 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 Okay. Oh, Wayne. Hi, both floors. What's up? What's up, buddy? Oh, shit. I have to check Discord. Sorry. I'm looking. I think I'm starting to forget the curse. Oh! I don't look left a lot. Only when I'm looking at chat. And even then, I'm like not looking the full way. I'm trying to make cheese. Okay, so this didn't work, but maybe a bucket of milk will work. It looks so good, it does. I'm very excited. They're so cracked. They draw so quickly. Salt. Salt milk. I fuck it up. Cheese. Does it have to be a bucket of cheese? I think it has to be a bucket of milk. That's fine. We have an extra bucket in the oven. He said bullshit. Here we go. Wrong way. This way. Wrong. Oop. Thanks, Donna. cheese. Alright, now I go back home. Maurice! Maurice, how do I feed you cheese? Taming. You can tame a normal rat using cheese. Like other rats will eat the chunks and throw on the floor. However, wild rats have a trust variable that increases with each feeding of cheese. As the rat slowly starts trusting the player, it won't flee as fast, and at 10 cheese, it will no longer flee from the player. Okay, so I have to open this. Okay. Here. It worked. I have another piece of cheese. Hell yeah, guys. He ate the cheese. Alright, we gotta go get him more cheese. In your face, you get sprung. We got more. I think it's like one milk bucket per. B. Thank you, Daisy and Cow. Thank you. That's like 4. I don't think I can milk them more. I could milk cow. Cow. Oh, you can milk them multiple times. They might want to put crack in these ribs. Oh, send pictures. I want to see. Alright, what's in this? Easter Island head? It's crazy. Where did it go? Where did it? It's spooky. They're gone? Oh, that's okay. I'm glad they're really good, though. See, you can have bad ribs, and then you'll never... But when ribs are good, when you have good ribs, man, they hit different. I got you more cheese. I remembered that I could just do this. I can hang out with you in here. You go. Eat my cheese. Eat the cheese. You want the cheese? You got buns, hon. Another one. How do I know when it trusts me? I won't flee, and then each additional female is 30%. Oh. Oh, okay. Eat the cheese. Eat the cheese. They're cute when they eat cheese. Okay, so I'll know when I tame them, I think. Yum, yum, yum. I have to make more cheese, though. I like his little nose. Look, it like squeak. This is the only way I'd have rats in real life. Or, like, this is the only way I could have rats. Because in Minecraft, they don't die. I don't think they have a lifespan in Minecraft. I think I have to go make more cheese. My goal is to have him be my friend. And the wiki said there's a 33% chance after the first 10 cheeses. After the first 10 cheeses, there's a 30% chance of taming. Give me more milk. Yippee. More milk. I still have that goblin that you captured, Kiwi, in my house. Just kind of hanging out. Okay. That should be enough. Alright, Maurice, I'm back with more cheese. Be tamed. Be tamed, my boy. You want another one? We'll be greedy now. Please. Damn, Maurice is being greedy. Pretty sure there's a higher than 33% to tame after 10 cheeses. To tame me after 10 cheeses? That's crazy. That's how I'd feel. After 10 pieces of cheese, I'd be tamed. Probably after like 3 pieces. Here. Are we friends now? I don't think we're friends yet. Dude, you want so much fucking cheese. I'm gonna run out of... What the fuck? Yeah, I don't think I tamed him yet. Specializations. I can't wait to have a specialized rat. I don't know what I want him to do yet. I think I want him to be a little farmer. But the rats don't really work as intended because they can't break blocks. And I refuse to have mob griefing on. Because the dragons cause so much havoc. Alright, yeah, I'm running out of... Oh, I didn't want this. Wedgies. I left the thing on? Shit. Okay, let me make some more salt. More salt. Must be an empty hand. How many things can this take? 3? Let me make one more bucket. I also need to put the ore back. Alright. Sea salt. Ugh. Building blocks. Where's this one? I keep the Infernium on me. Put this back in my backpack. My inventory is so unorganized. It makes me upset. This is making me upsetty. Upsetty spaghetti. I have so many fucking sticks. Holy shit. Odessa, are you okay? What the fuck was that? Oh, there's a poisonous thing in here. Oh, get the fuck away from my wife. Get the fuck... You're such a fucking annoying thing. I need to do healing potions for my wife. I hope to God this works, otherwise it's killing my wife. Okay, we're good. There you go. There you go. Enjoy. Love you, Pookie. What are you from? Iron spell books. And then I think it's miscellaneous. No. Botania gems, ars nouveau, you will craft. Armor tools, loot, horse gear. Is it a loot? No. What? Relics? I don't have a relics chest. Oh, here it is. Mob drops. Because I don't want to carry it. And the fucking poison sack. Is the salt done? Yippee it is! Okay. Remember to turn you off. Milky time. Give me more milky, thank you. Doop doop. Okay. That should be enough cheese. That's 6 more cheeses. And if Maurice doesn't like this, I swear to God. As far as I can tell, you're not a plague rat. You're just a rat. Are you a fucking plague rat, bro? Maurice? You don't look like a plague rat. Eat the cheese. Eat the cheese, Maurice. You're testing my patience. Maurice, what the fuck? Eat the cheese. Maybe he is a plague rat. But plague rats look so different. That looks like just this guy. Okay, well, I have one more. If you're not, I'm gonna assume you're a plague rat if you don't tame after this cheese. Where the fuck do I find normal spawning mice? Overworld, light 7 or less. Plague rat. I don't think he's not a plague rat. He doesn't have red eyes. A plague rat collides with an uninfected rat. Yeah, we have just a normal rat. Can we see types of rats? Rats wearing togas. These rats are wearing togas? Rats mobs. Yeah, there's a rat king, plague rat, plague doctor. Feral rat Landian, that's crazy. Yeah, I just want a rat. Rat with toga. Cheese like other items. Once the rat has been fed 10 cheeses, each additional feeding will have a 33 chance of taming the rat. Take up to 15 times to tame a rat. Rats are tamed when they have heart particles and be interacted with. I can't interact with Maurice yet. Damn, this bitch be greedy. Greedy rat. Greedy. Alright, well... I'm cheating. How many fucking pieces of cheese does this guy want? Alright, hold on. I just want Maurice as a pet. And I'm gonna sit here. I'm not gonna end stream until he tames. Fucking 3 years later. Maurice, I'm gonna have to rename you to Albert Chungus, but you're not white. Albert Chungus is white. I'm back on stream tomorrow. I'd suddenly have a white rat. Named Albert Chungus. What happened to Maurice? We don't talk about Maurice. You better tame, bro. Just you're like, you can't trust a rat. Apparently. Okay, I'm so confused. Hold on. I'm testing something. Okay. What the fuck? What? Wild rat. Alright. Do you guys look any different? No. Literally no different. I am sorry. Oh my god! Raw rat! Oh my god! I didn't know that's what would happen. Oh. Okay, now we have a black one. Wait, how many colors can we get? I fucked up. I give yourself some of the cheese you couldn't make? That's a good point. No, I broke- oh, fuck! I broke the copycat stairs. No, I fucked up. I may have made a whoopsie. So I say... Okay. Okay, I have to kill all the wild rats, though. Get. I may have fucked up doing this. Okay, you know what? You go outside. I don't think that's Maurice. And then you go outside. Time for slaughter. It said other cheeses from other mods can work, but that's a good idea. Let me look it up. Cheese. No, it's not that cheese. Tell me so I say. We've forgotten to make crackers. Maurice! You look chunky! Wait, are you getting chunkier? Can rats become fat in this? Oh, this is the wrong cheese. Hold on, give me that back. Try this one. Try that one. Try that one. Oh! Okay. So does it have to be the rat's cheese? I think it has to be the rat's cheese. Even though it said it could work with other cheese, I think it might have to be the rat's cheese. Which I think I can edit. I don't remember now. I think I know. I think I remember now. Oh my god. Oh my god. I saw particles, yeah. Yeah, this cheese. Give him the particles. What tags does this have? I did it! Alright. It only took 20 fucking 200 cheeses. Hold on. Oh fuck, I threw away the cheese. Item tags is forged cheese and meadow cheese, but the cheese I was feeding him just had refurbished cheese on it. Fuck. Okay. I don't know how the fuck we make this cheese though. The other cheeses. Oh, none of the cheeses are combined. Okay, I want to sweet delight. Okay, cool. Okay. Alright, buddy, you can be let out of here now. Actually, I changed my mind. Can I interact with you? There's a boy. There's a boy. Can I give you like a hat? How do I give you a hat? Set command, follow me, hunt mobs, gather items, harvest, transport, patrol, wander. Stay here. Cool. We have a rat now. His name is Maurice. And now that we have a rat named Maurice, I think I'll end stream. Because I gotta go fix all the cheeses. I don't want to fix all the cheeses, chat. But I will. I will fix every cheese. I'll have to go through all the cheeses and check what tags they have. Cheese. Put milk in a cauldron? What? Would that really work? Wait, does it say it on the wiki? Is that how to make it on the wiki? Cheese. Oh, the brother Jesus is going to be able to contact and log. I'm going to be made by interacting with the empty cartridge. Just get a bucket of milk. That would have been a lot easier than the way we made milk. Oh well, you're living and learning, right, chat? Alrighty. I think we'll be done for today. It's like fucking 9 o'clock. I looked at my stream. I looked at my OBS, and my OBS was set up and streamed for 3 hours, but that's because I disconnected 3.5 hours ago because the internet's stupid. Who are we raiding? We're gonna raid Havoc, maybe? Maybe. I mean, yeah, last time we raided Havoc, we were doing D&D, so let's go raid Havoc. And I'm gonna go see if the birthday boy needs anything. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I love you guys so much. We'll be back tomorrow, 2 p.m. like normal, and then we will be hanging out with our friends at 4 p.m. to play, what the fuck? We're playing Repo. Yeah, we're playing Repo with Noble, Body, Gore, and Boffy. It'll be great, and I love you guys, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great time. If you guys want a raid message, here's a raid message. Enjoy that. If you want to put that, you can. Otherwise, whatever. Have a great night, and I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow for Beef and Boof. Mwah.